Good morning. Hello. How's everyone this morning? Can you hear me? Yeah, I think it's working. I was hoping that David would join, but he hasn't responded, so he can catch up. I'm just gonna start with the overall analysis of the market, and then we'll hone it down to Bitcoin and crypto. Looking at the Bitcoin dominance chart, it's clear that we're still in this uptrend, this higher time frame uptrend. You see that? Effectively, it's like this, isn't it? And we've got a value area which is kind of holding the price. You see the point of control on this value area is holding the price. It's back above the value area now, back above the value area high. I'm still aiming for for my area. I'm still aiming for that spot, and nothing has changed regarding my target. It could come this month. It could definitely. We get a little bit of a drop. That's what I think would require this to go up. Would be a drop in Bitcoin, a scary drop, a little bit of a scare. Get the whole market a little bit shaken. Here are BTCD resistance point, so definitely worth making a note. Definitely worth setting an alert. Maybe when the price or the value of this chart goes above this swing failure point, because that could be an easy way to set an alert. BTCD into resistance. There's no trade. It's just to know that when it happens, you'll get an alert. You'll know, just to prepare you for alt season effectively. So that's kind of what I'm imagining for alt season. I've talked about BTCD in the past. I think we're in a very nice pattern. While the pattern would, I mean, the harmonic would be really beautiful. It'd be a beautiful harmonic if this went all the way up there, wouldn't it? But obviously we're not necessarily expecting that for BTCD to go up to 92 or 6%. But the pattern is this. It's kind of, we're coming into the golden pocket. Why is the golden pocket so important here? Well, it's important everywhere, not here specifically. I don't really see the golden pocket except maybe here. See, bit overextended, maybe up to the highs, up to there, from the high to low off this overall range, if I can magnet it to the top there, down to the bottom here, you can see in the past now. So this is quite interesting. So it's good to kind of see what happened in the past. And here you can see in the past when the price dropped all the way down to this pivot here, down here at the low, on that bounce, it actually went through the golden pocket. I don't know if I'm expecting that this time, but you never know. And then it was kind of in and around the golden pocket for a good part of 4 weeks before it started to drop for another back test, and then another drop, and then another back test. So you see, potentially we could be here for a while in this area. If you're looking at the price action here, when we entered the golden pocket here, we were here for a while. I don't know if I'm expecting that. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think the difference now is we're coming into a major trend line, third touch, golden pocket, SR flip off this pivot here potentially, and that's it really. It's not I think probably what would be more of a significant resistance point would be higher up at the 50% mark here of the overall fib range. I think it's probably going to be more like I'm wondering if we actually overshoot and go to the other side just like we did before here. See, so you've got to be a little bit aware of how far it could extend. So in this context, how would it look like? Let me have a look. I don't know, I'm just trying something out. See how that would look like. It's not going to look right, but well, you get the idea. The idea is that you could get 2 pushes in 2 weeks of pushing before we start seeing a little bit of ranging here, before we start losing here. But I don't know. I mean, it's just a guess. Who knows really how the price can behave. I would think it would be a lot easier if we just get 1 candle in, 1 candle out, and just fall back underneath this SFP level. That would be a lot easier to see if we just get 1 green candle in and then another red candle back out, and then that SFP line becomes your top basically. So not expecting a quick reaction, but I think we're still heading in that right direction. If we're coming to the end potentially of BTC dominance increasing, and so it's something to keep an eye on. Let me look at DXY. And looked at it. Ooh, look at that. That's a, oh my God, that's a V-shaped recovery on the 12-hour time frame. I don't know why that happened. There's no reason why, is there? Oh, look at that. That's a real weekly level held. Failed auction up. It's really hard to know what's happening with the DXY, because you lost this neckline, it broke down, tested, and now we're right back above. We lost it, so effectively that neckline is ignored. Back under this trend line, back above it. Golden pocket. Really, it's the golden pocket that's now flipped back into support again. You see that? So you have this kind of area here. You just get rid of that area, the candles. You get the idea. So and now we're back above it. So that's a V shape, but for this kind of V shape, because you've made a higher high, you've extended beyond it, that neckline has to hold now. Yeah. That has to happen. Otherwise you start going down, and then it actually starts looking weak again. I mean, you could potentially, the other one on this kind of, could it be different? I don't really think you want to come underneath there. Go down far. If you go down too far, it will start to droop and it will go right back down again. So I think the neckline here has to hold for continuation to the upside on the DXY. So if I look at these candles, yeah, so you can see kind of on a higher time frame, we're kind of in this rising wedge. and we might attack the highs again. Just looking at this, because we are in that wedge. This could have been a little bit of a fake out, so potentially this is really, for the DXY, this could be quite bullish price action, because you've reversed. Effectively, you're back above there, and ideally you want to reshape, you want the neckline there to hold, but I mean, even if it came down here, it could still do that. And possibly actually going for the highs one more time. It's also a little bit of a rounding bottom here. So you don't, for the DXY, if that changes, you'll be able to see, but otherwise that's kind of the heading at the moment. But it is coming into this neckline, so it's quite choppy, the DXY. It's not really moving, but the direction of power travel is still upwards. Here you can see we haven't taken out the low here. Yeah, and then there's been a really bullish reaction from this swing failure level here. It's a really bullish reaction back above those highs. So actually DXY is looking bullish, and that should impact everything. Literally, that's probably why Bitcoin is pulling back, because the DXY is kind of pumping. Nothing really to tell with these candles, to be honest with you. I don't think this is not. I don't think this is quite. I don't know. I don't think this is very bullish. So you got this kind of red candle that followed this green candle. This is on the monthly time frame. Close underneath that pivot. This could. The only thing is that we've taken the low from the month, but otherwise I think this could be like to go up, to go down. But if we see, we've gone down first. So I'm not sure. And this looks quite bullish as well, doesn't it? Look, this week, this is like a weekly. Oh, this is actually really bullish. Come to think about it. The DXY. Just hide these. This is a weekly time frame. You effectively, what's happening here is some kind of weekly neckline here is holding. I think it was a bit lower down, but it's somewhere here. It's basically that over there. We've had 4 weeks at this level. I think that was enough, and that's your bullish reaction. So, and you have some kind of trend line there, but you do have some kind of trend line there. So I mean, how high can it go? Well, probably just to the top of that trend line, to the highs there. I don't think you wouldn't be expecting it to just do that. Good, but I don't think you'd expect it to do that. We have had one test here. Maybe we have another test, and then see what happens. Because here in this these highs, you have many weeks there. We've only really tested it once. It couldn't get through, and so I wouldn't necessarily think it to go through again. It could come back up to the highs there and find resistance, and so we have to see how that plays out. And obviously you've got the lower trend line. Potentially also it's that rising wedge I was talking about. You can kind of see it here, something like that. So the DXY is a little bit trapped, which is making everything a little bit choppy. Okay. Maybe we'll pull back after that that ETF news. It's a big pump. We have a lot of pullback. So potentially coinciding with Bitcoin dominance topping out, potentially what you want to see on this is for this to find support. It's really important. You kind of want to see them happen at the same time. So you want ETH BTC to find support. You want Bitcoin dominance to top out at the same time, exact same time. And that will give you confidence for a big move on altcoins if that was to happen. And obviously if you see the reaction, what am I doing? Let me see. The volume has changed much. Not much. I mean, I think with this, you just keep it simple. You're in the value area, this local value area. You kind of want the value area low to hold, but because we're kind of into the gap now, we're kind of trying to fill gaps. You know, this could easily go all the way right back down to there. This is really the best entry, even though you're outside of the value area, you've lost levels. You can go down fast here, find support. It could possibly go fast back up. Yeah. So you kind of want to come down quite fast, or at the very least come down, clearing the liquidity as the price descends. Like this is fine. This is fine like this. But maybe from this point on, you probably want to drop down, find support, and if it comes, then it could easily go up. If that coincides with BTCD topping out, that would be good. That being said, it looks like we're putting lower highs still, and on the higher time frame. No, actually, we're not. My bad. That's a higher high. We've just put in a higher high, actually. On the weekly time frame, that's a higher high. Not on this, not on the monthly. On the monthly, we are in bullish market structure anyway. So the monthly, we've been in bullish market structure for a long time, haven't we? Higher high, higher low. This is your higher low here, all the way down here. Okay, actually, this is yearly. My bad. Let me do this differently. No, it's not easy. But anyway, in a gist, I think on the kind of the highest time frame, we're bullish. But obviously, as you break it down, when you're putting in lower lows on the weekly time frame, you're taking out this pivot. Yeah. So that was your confirmation of bearish, taking out this low. And actually, we've just kind of gone up and taken out the week highs after we put in the low. So really what we're looking for now on the weekly time frame is a higher low. That's all really. And the invalidation is pretty easy because the price mustn't get down to here. You put in a higher high there. That was your lower low, lower high, lower low. That's a higher high because you've taken out this high here. And all that needs to happen now, somewhere here, is the price to find support, take out that high, and actually this suddenly will pump to the moon because you've just basically changed weekly market structure to bullish on ETH BTC. If that coincides with BTC dominance topping out, then that'd be quite good to see, right? Okay, that was a little overview. It gave me a little bit of help. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Be right back. 2 minutes. And I'll continue with Bitcoin and the rest. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Let's have a look at Bitcoin. Yesterday, had a pretty bearish day, bit of a sell-off. What's interesting about yesterday was that it started off bullish in the morning, didn't it? And then it suddenly became bearish. I think we picked up on that on the stream yesterday, didn't we? And kind of we were here pumping, and then it started to dropping. What actually, and then what I said yesterday was actually true, wasn't it? As soon as you lost the VWAP, that was your clue, wasn't it? So this was the price action yesterday. It kind of had a good kind of bounce off the VWAP, tried to go up, lost it, got back above, tried to go up, and then as soon as you lost it, it suddenly became extremely bearish. One back test of the VWAP, and bam, down we go. And what you're experiencing now at the moment, it looks like some kind of, at the moment it looks like bearish consolidation, some kind of rising channel, rising wedge, rising something. And as you can see, we've just lost the VWAP again. How is that affecting is this a buy the dip opportunity? That's a question. Just having a look at, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. It's not looking great, is it? It's not looking great. On the local time frame, it's not looking great. Just because we've lost the VWAP. Let me have a look at the order flow and see if I can find any clues in the analysis here. So we are experiencing extremely bullish CVD absorption, right now. You see how the CVD has gone down and the lows, we're not making lower lows really, we're kind of flat, quite flat. And you see how the CVD from this peak here is coming down. Technically the invalidation, so the CVD is invalidated actually, looking at it, just because we have actually put in a lower low here on the price. You see that? So even though we're seeing absorption, it could be leading because we've actually just invalidated it. We are putting low lows on the price. So initially we were seeing massive absorption, which is bullish CVD, but actually the price has managed to invalidate that because the price is following the CVD. And here we had bullish divergences yesterday, not yesterday, earlier on today, you see. So we've had it in this beginning of this range. We're making lower lows on the CVD here. See that? From that peak, that pivot to this pivot. You see on the price, the lows are higher. On the CVD, the lows are lower. So that was basically at the daily open. We were getting bullish CVD and then the price started to go up. And see, I don't see any bearishness at the highs. And here we're getting absorption. Technically it's invalidated because we put in a lower low on the price here as it dropped down to the daily open. Daily open had a little reaction. So even though there was absorption, it's the bearish CVD is invalidated. Sorry, the bullish CVD is invalidated. So I think, I mean, we have to see what happens at the New York session later and see which direction that takes the price. At the moment, we're kind of forming some kind of bearish consolidation here. And yesterday's daily candle, you see how it closes, and you've basically what's happened with yesterday's daily candle, just to explain these candles. So the wicks are where the limit orders are placed in these candles here. That's where you expect to, if this was kind of, what's happened is you've cleared all the orders. Yeah. So just that wick, we've come past it, we've closed underneath it. Now the price has tried to come back to fill gaps and find orders effectively. And so that's what the price will try to do. It will try to go back up to find orders until it finds enough resistance, and then it starts to reverse. Now, for today's candle to be bullish, it really has to be a nice green candle right back up to the top. That's really what needs to happen here. Yeah, that would change this. I think anything short of that, we're going to start, the Bitcoin's going to start struggling with. So as long as we've kind of lost this neckline, haven't we? There's like a little neckline here at the bottom of these candles where these two candles just stopped. There's a little bit of a neckline going on here, so we kind of lost it. And it's actually interesting because on my Twitter, I was watching this tweet. I was looking at this tweet. What's that guy's name again? It's kind of Jordan. Right, David sent it to me. Let me have a look at his tweet. Jordan Lindsay. Watch out, Bitcoin. You'll never like you all. Who's he talking to? He's talking to his. He's got a big audience. Yeah. 77K. He's come out of his shell. You never like it when I call technical breakdowns in real time and only accept them later on. But I'm not here to win friends and influence people. Well, that's a lie. You are here to influence people. Close below 66K is a technical break from multiple points of view. I don't understand his shots whatsoever. But he's obviously looking at some kind of mid channel here, in this kind of whatever this is, and he's adamant that you lose that and you're coming probably down to here, according to him, probably down to 60K. Let me see his other graph. Yeah, I think he's right. Actually, we're gonna go down. I can see it. I do see it. But I mean, not financial advice. At the moment, he's right, I think. So I think what he's doing is, and it goes back to Elliott waves, doesn't it? So this is my Elliott wave count, right? And it's obviously a little bit messy. And I just want to kind of just get rid of some of this stuff. Delete it. Keep that one. Videos is corrected waves. Right. Get rid of these trend-based fibs as well. So get rid of it. All right. So I do kind of understand what he's saying, and he might be onto something. So let me just kind of zoom out a little bit and try and if you can just focus on this these 5 waves of wave 3. Basically from here to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what I'm contemplating as completion right now for this move, potentially. And the confirmation, a way that we will know, and I'll explain. So there's 2 things that can happen now. Yeah, and we have to see which one plays out. Let's get rid of those as well, so in the way. So this is the one that I'm interested in. This our current wave. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5. Yeah. Now the question is always the same. If we have an impulsive, a 5-wave impulsive move here, yeah. So effectively, I mean, who knows? I don't know. I mean, it could have started here, to be honest with you. Even though my correction timed it to start here, impulse, last impulse. So it does matter, but I'm not going to really be anal about it because it doesn't really matter. It's not that much of a bigger deal, simply because of this idea is that you have this kind of impulsive trend line. Yeah, that's what you have. You have an impulsive trend line, and just do it from the wave 0 to the pivot to the pivot. That's how you know. So if you see that this is where the 0 began, you impulse up to the 1, you come back down to this trend line, this newly formed trend line, and then the last wave should commence on that kind of 3rd touch. And so that's kind of why I'm thinking it is possible that that's where it began, even though my timing for the correction came there. It doesn't really matter if it started. I think it's probably there, but it doesn't really matter if it starts here. If it's here, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine. If it's here, then it's whatever. 1, 2, 3. No. I don't know. Could be within this little kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Maybe the whole thing, actually, just thinking about it. So potentially it did start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's, yeah. So that probably makes more sense. Even though I have the correction completing here, it's possible that we actually impulse earlier on. It looked, and so while it could have been part of the correction, actually it was part of the impulse. And so potentially this is down to here, and it doesn't really make that much difference. Potentially like that. All right. Or, and this is the caveat, and no one really knows. I mean, I think the minute you lose that trend line, that's a big deal. So when you're thinking about a sign of strength now, just have to get back above the trend line. That's a really important trend line. So if I mark it out to the dot, let me do it dot to dot so it's accurate. So here from the 0 point, somewhere here. So you can't do it dot to dot just because you want these to line up too. I think this is the best from this 0 all the way to this point, this somewhere here, where it just touches all of these lows. I'm not sure exactly, maybe here is better. Well, you see, it's a bit subjective, isn't it, now? Because which wick do you take? That's why I hate trend lines, because you just don't know. People use different bodies, wicks, whatever. I think most people will use the outer 2 points from the wicks as far as possible. That means, look at where we are. And this is crunch point right now, I think. If this is the outer points, so probably this is the furthest outer limit of this trend line, and we're into it. And so what happens next is going to be quite important. Personally, I probably prefer it where it's right up against these lows here, and then I probably prefer it taking it all the way to the 0 point here, and you can kind of see that there's a little bit of respect here, and that kind of doesn't close underneath it. And so if that's correct, if that kind of view of that trend line is correct, then here we've lost it, actually, haven't we? We've kind of lost it. So I kind of prefer this. It's a tricky one, because while we're this and this is something I wanted to kind of contemplate, this one, whatever this is, whether it started here, whether this 4 ended here or whatever, and this 5 ended there, doesn't really matter. But this one could be the wave 1 of the next it could, I mean, it could still be, we could still be in the 3. That's my point. How would that make sense? Because we've only just had 5 waves of the first wave for the last part of this move. Yeah. So we've had the kind of wave 1 here, and that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm not sure. Okay, it depends. I like to see what happens here now, because this is going to be really important as to whether we go into some really crazy deep correction. Now we'd have to start going deep quite fast, quite significantly, despite having a big pullback. Or does this scare the living GBs out of everyone, and we've only just completed the wave 1 here, and it's not a hopium, it's just, who knows, like this could just be wave 1. So it's not the final 5 waves, it's just wave 1 of the 5 waves. So something like this, without going into too much depth, something like that. And so therefore now we're in a 2 correction. Yeah. Then you're expecting the wave 3. Okay, so if as far as these 5 waves, these local 5 waves are concerned, I mean, your start point is in validation. So just let's say here for the time being, you'll start looking really bearish, because you'll kind of go down like that, won't you? You don't take out that low, you just put in a higher low, and then you begin your wave 3. So that would be your wave 1. Then you end up with 5 waves up, and that would take you to all-time high. Yeah, that would have to, wouldn't it? 5 waves up would be quite an impulsive wave. because it's the wave 3. Then you have the top of the 1, which is there. Back tests, that will basically be like back testing the all-time high on some kind of correction. And then you have your last wave, which will actually probably be fucking huge. Probably from the all-time high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you're still kind of... It'll be a funny one because you would have still lost that trend line, yeah? This trend line that we've lost. But it wouldn't... Maybe it wouldn't matter because it's quite a steep trend line, isn't it? So maybe by the time we start going up, we're just going to be going into the trend, impulsing to the underside, something like that. I'm not sure about the timings. Okay, I'm just kind of imagining the motion of what could work in to have some kind of continuation without actually... It's a bit weird though. I mean, I find it a bit weird. I think it would probably be better. I don't think people are going to have the confidence. That's the problem with this kind of price action. It doesn't really make sense, but it could. If that is 5 waves and you put in a higher low here, then you could have a 5-wave impulsive through to higher prices for an ABC correction back down to the test the all-time high and then go into higher numbers. It's totally possible. Why not? I'm not sure about this trend line because typically what you would expect, and that's the thing, nothing is as expected this time around. We've done some crazy things, but normally for bullishness in this context, you would expect potentially if you want to get impulsive again, you want to go back above that trend line, wouldn't you? I think that's what you would expect. A little fake out here. So I'm not sure we're going to get this, but if this happens, it'll be easy to see because you have some kind of trend line, and that's why trend lines can be good, because if the price can get back above it and hold it, then actually it'll start to get really bullish, and effectively that's what you want for that kind of real signal. Like when is the bull market back on? If we get this kind of price action where we just suddenly get some kind of massive injection of volume to take us into this previous range, above the previous range neckline like this, above that trend line like this, then we're gonna really rally. Yeah, so if for some reason now to where you wake up and you're like, you start seeing this kind of behavior, then we're going up. Yeah, because that would be a massive sign of strength. It would look really bullish, and you've got some really nice juicy pivots here and the gap here to squeeze to go up really fast. Yeah, so if we can reclaim 69k as support, even on a very local time frame, then we're probably gonna start pumping like there's no tomorrow. That's kind of what I would be expecting for a massive impulsive rally. If you get that kind of behavior, of course you need to take out those highs and then not have a massive rejection. You know, like always be aware of the potentials for rejection. If you go up there and suddenly you're right back down here, then you're in, you're out, basically. You could trade the rejection. In that case, you're bullish, you're buying until you're out, and then you start selling again. So these kind of areas can be really profitable for buying and selling, because one is a sign of strength, which could lead to a massive rapid increase in value very quickly, just because of the short squeeze and the gaps in the market. So that's the kind of move you want to be in. And then obviously if you get a rejection, you fall back underneath the trend line. Really the neckline is the most important line here. Then you'll start, because of if there's a rapid ascent, you could end up having a swing failure at the highs here, fall right back underneath the trend line, and then you're really gonna just so it's going to be quite, it could potentially be quite volatile if we start to get this kind of price action. But if it happens, then you know what to expect. And I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's kind of what you want to see for strength, and then that's what you want to see for weakness after strength, and then obviously for continued strength, it's just squeeze up, and then we're just kind of riding high then, and then it just becomes extremely bullish. I think reclaiming levels, reclaiming that neckline would be extremely bullish. I'd be looking to long like crazy if that was to happen. I wouldn't hesitate. If we were to be able to get above into that range, above that neckline, and find support on the local level, I'd be longing like crazy. Yeah, because I'll be expecting the price to go up, and it will go up quite fast. Okay, and obviously you have a really clear invalidation, and if you start seeing initially this losing this trend line and then the neckline, then again you have to flip from long to short unless you see a swing failure of the highs, and you can take the swing failure. That's what you want to see for bullishness. If you don't see that, then just be careful with longing right now, and you have to be really careful, because the problem is that everyone is buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, but it just doesn't always work. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think we're in that moment where you can just buy any dip and it goes up. Yeah, you need the retail market, the mass market, the kind of the regular markets to get involved, and they had to get involved and become some kind of FOMO event where they're just buying whatever drops. That's the buy the dip. That's the buy the dip moment, where the price just keeps on going up, and it doesn't really matter where you buy, the price just keeps on going up. You'll experience that, because you just can't go into red. It would just be green until everyone gets liquidated, and then people can reopen their positions and they keep on pumping the price. So we're not there yet. So for that, signs of strength for me, and I'm not saying you can't long now. So actually I am in a long. I'm actually on a long in Slerf. I've taken profit already, and I'm on break even. I've said it's break even, so I don't really care if it goes up or down now, because I've already taken my profit and my position is set to break even. But if I start seeing this now show some strength, then I'm thinking about adding to. I see right now it's kind of flagging a little bit, and you know, you've got these green candles holding the price. You kind of want the price to get above this green, like in the short term. What you really want to see is you kind of want to see the price back test this green candle, and then you'll probably head up as well, you know. So that has to happen first. It could happen, and then obviously the other thing that can happen in this context would be just a rejection here, and so while I have it going higher to the neckline, that for me that would be bullish to get back up. As I explained, you could also just get a rejection here. I do think it's a little bit unlikely, unless we get a swing failure. So I don't think the price is going to just reject. You'd only reject if you get a swing failure. But I think probably if you're taking out these highs, you're probably heading up to that. I think this is I don't think this is that likely, to be honest with you, but I mean, it's always possible. So you still should also bear it in mind. I think if we're going up like that fast, I think it's more likely than not we go kind of come up there, and then we have to see what happens. No highs, find support here, and something like that. That would be impulsive. That would be really impulsive. That potentially could be the beginning of the next impulse, wave one. Yeah, wave one. Potentially. And it's getting back above that trend line, which is kind of what I wanted to see. So if you see that, that's really strong. And I'd probably be looking. So I'm in a long now, but if that starts to happen, then I'll be really looking to just keep on longing. And then I'll have really easy invalidations. If you start getting kind of bullish impulsive moves, then you're looking at creating bullish market structure too on the local time frame, and then you've got nice higher lows to be able to trade that. Anyway, this is just a kind of the bullish version of events if they were to play out. Otherwise, I mean, I don't really get bearish in the lows when we're kind of on some kind of support level. But overall, I'm looking at the price action. I've been bearish since the highs here. When we lost that that diamond pattern here, I've been bearish since there. And I was bearish here too. So I've been quite bearish the last kind of few days, couple of weeks or whatever, week or so. And that, I think it's been a week. No, not week. Weekend or so. I'm just trying to work out the times. So it's Friday. So basically since up there, I was a little bit bearish. And I was bearish, but I wasn't like... It's a tricky one because when you're not making... Like if you're bullish, you got to... Like that's what I was thinking. I was thinking last week. When you're bullish... Yeah, if you're bullish and you have a kind of neckline of the highs, you really just want to push it, keep on attacking it, keep on making higher lows until you break it. That's really what you want to see. And if you're not seeing that, then it makes you think. All right, so I kind of think we should go down, but I don't know. I mean, it's a hard one because I wouldn't just sell like that. And I'm in a long, so obviously I wouldn't sell like that. Right, let me just see if the volume has changed at all. Jay Foray, welcome. This ranging for a long time after the halving has played out before, right? Yeah, I mean, I can have a look at that for you and see if we see a comparison. So the volume range, no real changes to the volume range. Point of control is still above us. High volume node is still above us, and we basically got two high volume nodes above us. So we've literally lost the point of control and two high volume nodes. We're basically underneath. We're losing. It looks like the price is trying to lose support. We had a swing failure here. That was on Tuesday. That led to this kind of explosive move to the upside, ending up with some kind of a lower high there, and we haven't managed to take out this low yet. We've come close, but we haven't managed to. I think I'd like to see what happens when we take out all of these lows, to be honest with you. This low here, and obviously this low. These are the big ones. These two. And then would you want to go lower? Well, you could. But then it'll start looking like a real breakdown, won't it? Will 63 hold? You know, there's more gaps to fill. And so actually, and then this whole thing looks really bearish because you can see it's starting to look like some kind of head and shoulders, isn't it? And that really would be bearish, wouldn't it? If you started seeing some kind of head and shoulders pattern like that, and then we had a breakdown. Good morning, Gary. I am, yeah, I'm going to get one, but it's on OKX and I don't have an OKX account, isn't it? I don't know how it works. I hope there's no problems, but so that's kind of what we're looking at now, like a gigantic, ginormous head and shoulders pattern coming into the neckline. This doesn't have to break down. This could be just as easy, like I said, but to go up, I think it has to go up the way I suggested. In this context, you'd want to see strength. For me, strength would be this, right back into the above the point of control, right back above that trend line, right back into that range, right back above that neckline. If you see that, you can just long for like there's no tomorrow, I think, because it'll be really bullish. And but the condition here would be to take out the highs. So if you do make a lower high here, but still you don't want to lose the point of control, because you have to consolidate to go up if that was to happen. If that happened. Oh, you're saying it's going to drop into my wallet. All right, that's good news. Probably a sell the news event today. Probably. So it's obviously harder to go up. I think it's much more difficult for the price to go up. And obviously then if the price does go up, that's going to require strength because of the difficulty in reclaiming these volume nodes. It's going to require quite a lot of volume to go up. I think it's unlikely. And we'll have to wait and see. I think it's more likely to go down. But the problem is you can't just short in the lows. You have to wait for a good entry when the price is going up and then finding weakness. So you're always looking for weakness when you're looking to short the price. And so the other thing that I had going was this Elliott wave idea. It hasn't been that easy. Hasn't been easy at all. But in a gist, this was my first corrective par waves, this kind of WXY to here. But then also thinking about it, I was thinking maybe we had our initial impulse from this pivot here, so slightly earlier, with this kind of down and up, and that would be to 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have your 5 there. Okay, or none of this was impulsive and we're still correcting, because interestingly enough, the distance of from these three gave us this pivot here. See that? So maybe we are still somehow correcting. I don't know, really. Seems quite excessive, huh? Down, up, down, up. Seems quite excessive. But who knows? That'd be nice. I don't know. I'm just kind of making this up, assuming that we're still correcting or not. We'll have to see. Losing this trend line is obviously a big deal. Losing the point of control is a big deal. I think in all cases, we just have to get back above the point of control. It's at 69k, yeah. And in all cases, if we're not going back above the point of control, then any kind of long now is effectively some kind of short-term trade or scalp, because whatever happens, if you're longing now, you will have to take profit at the point of control. Doesn't makes Makes no difference where you're longing now. Yeah. Anywhere, you can long anywhere or anytime. It doesn't really matter. If the price goes up, you have to take profit at the point of control. That's the real, that's why it's so bearish to come underneath, for the price to fall underneath the point of control. It's just something to bear in mind, because I don't know if people understand the reason why. Yeah, so 69,000, about 69,400 thereabouts, and that's why it's so bearish to fall on the point of control. Because if I'm in long and the price starts to go up, guess what I'm going to do at the point of control? You take most of my profit. That's what happens. And so that's why you need to flip a point of control into support, because you need the price to go up, you need people to take their profit, and you still need the price to hold support on the point of control. And also, once that happens, you're going to get people longing as well, so and closing their shorts. And so that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't really matter whether we're going up or not. All that matters is that we're not going up unless we can flip the point of control into support. And there's no reason to have a higher time frame long position here, because once you see strength, you can just buy it. It's 3% higher. Yeah, for 3% you'd want to buy into strength. And I think if we do get back up there, then we're going to start powering up like there's no tomorrow. Not USDT. Rohit Patil, welcome. And then how is it going to drop? I mean, I don't think anyone really knows. I can't really predict it. In terms of this 5-wave move, if we are correcting now to there, potentially there's another couple of more waves on this kind of corrective move. So on that pivot, like you've got like some kind of A, B, C, A, B, C. And so maybe we have some kind of A, B, C. That's, I don't know, something like that. It's quite complicated because you have lots of kind of craziness here. Let me see. Maybe 2, 3, 3. I mean, this this could be the end of this correction for a shift. We could go up. Counting the waves, we're kind of coming to the end here of something. How does that look like this? It's amazing how symmetrical these waves are, aren't they? You draw it afterwards and it actually looks really good. Let me just show you. Get rid of that one. And so that's my kind of 5 waves up to that point. And then you've got it's kind of ABC, A, B, C, A, B, C, there to there. That's your X. Sorry, that's your W. A, B, C, A, B, C. Let me just see what that is in terms of length. basically, look, you've come down to the 1-to-1. The ratios are all good. Yeah. Same again. I mean, I've done this a few times now. That's what it's kind of come to this, isn't it? It's wherever the C lands here, somewhere here, you'll have a C, isn't it? And based on for time, it's hard for time, but you know, we're at the 1-to-1 today. Doesn't mean it's going up. This is it could go down, but I mean, look, if we can get back above this local high volume node, that's the first kind of, we're kind of trying to now, huh? So and this might be a good place to long. This might be a good place to long. I just think it's difficult because you need an entry, and we're forming some kind of flag here. We are making higher lows, so that's your first. That needs to happen, and either an SFP or swing failure or higher lows. We are coming to the right time today for potentially this correction to end. If we had our first 5 waves, which is wave 1 of the 5-wave impulse, of wave 5, of wave 3 of the overall move. So if this is your wave 1, and then we've had a ABC or WXY correction potentially down to here. Technically, you want to see another impulsive move now. So right now, I think the only thing that could make sense in terms of some kind of impulsive move now, the only thing that could make sense would be a massive sign of strength. And it would have to be quite impulsive, and we want to get back above the point of control, like ASAP. You see that? Then we are really in a wave 3, and we've just begun it, because this would be correction complete, and I've just mapped out 5 waves, and that could be wave 1 of this last wave 5 that we're expecting on the overall price action. All right, so what can I say? We're still holding support at the moment, but it really, maybe that guy Jordan Lindsay is right. Maybe it is. Maybe he is on point. Maybe this is the last line of defense for the bulls. It could be. It could definitely be. But at the same time, I have this, whatever this is, I have this. If that is your wave 5 ending there, then this is your correction complete here. Now, the other thing that I was looking at was if we didn't even have an impulse, if it was just all corrective, just simply because this overall timing landed us to that pivot. If that is true, hold on, let me just put all of this into another group. What should I call it? Correction. Wave 2 of 5 or 3. It's basically where we're at. So previously we had this kind of higher time frame corrective pattern. If obviously that's not correct because I updated that, but that's within the context of that. Anyway, based on time, using that WXY to that pivot there, I worked out this pivot, and using the same idea of how these pivots kind of align up with each other. And do the same thing here. It kind of gave us that area there. Can I make this any better? Exactly where. Yeah, it's not. So if this correction, that's the thing. What if we're still correcting WXY? And so if that is that next WW, depending on where this Y gets, if we're still correcting, and because that first part was, so that's kind of seems to be how the price is always moving now. Kind of like this. Depending on how low that gets. If we're still correcting, then obviously I'm just making this shit up. No one really knows. Don't really think to, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kind of keeping a track of this overall price action, just in case for some reasons that I can't explain, there's no 5 here, and we're still in some kind of crazy correction from the previous wave 3, just because it was like really impulsive. And I don't know, I don't think so, but it looks, the longer it goes, the weirder it looks to me. I think eventually we have to do something, whether it's to go down or up. I think we're running out of time because the longer it goes, the more kind of bearish it gets, I think. Eventually you want to break through. You don't just want to sit here underneath resistance eternally. I think you want to get through it eventually. You want to break through. So I'm not fond of this uber long correction, but it's interesting though, because kind of at the W point it was very similar timings, and that's the only reason why I'm keeping a track of it. But I'm not really a fan of it. I'm more inclined to think that the wave 5 is complete. Now I just don't know if that was the wave 1, because it's only the first wave of the next 5 waves, which is the last impulsive wave, or whether that was it, or whether that was just the end. Yeah. And so the only way you'll know if that's the end or not is literally for the price to come underneath the start point. Then you know that's your 5 waves and that was the end. Yeah. Until that happens, you could all, like I said, you can come all the way down, high, low here, have another 5 impulsive waves. Yeah. And then go and then have another 5 impulsive waves. And then actually that whole arm is your 5. Not just that little kind of meta bit. And so I'm kind of thinking that that was just the way, that was just the first part right now. I'm not thinking, I think it's very kind of, it's weird looking at the historic price action, how Bitcoin has moved. I think it's quite weird. Just to have that kind of last bit there. I think that's, I think I'm expecting more actually. And maybe the first one was just a little bit of a liquidity grab, just to clear the liquidity. Now we're getting our consolidation, and maybe the correction ends soon. And if we do get some kind of impulse today, who knows? You never know. And if it goes up to the point of control, then people are going to be kicking themselves for not buying at these prices, aren't they? That's what normally happens when you suddenly get, and it has the potential to go up quite fast, just because of the gaps and the way the price has moved. There is potential there, but we'd have to now start seeing a change, a real change, because we've been quite bearish, yeah. And I think we need to stop being bearish and people need to start buying and becoming bullish again. Let me have a look at my indicators to see if there's any other clues that I can get from those, and see if there's anything else that comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, this 4-hour CCI is actually, it looks like it's bouncing off support, but it's not really a reversal in any meaningful way. Like the daily CCI, it's kind of just crossing into the negative territory there. I don't think you would buy that personally. I think it'd be hard to buy the CCI where it is there. Even this one on the 3-day chart, you have a little neckline there, little head and shoulders. It's called a ghost actually. 2 big arms, 1 small head, and you have a neckline break. That's a reversal pattern on the CCI. So you're getting a little bit of bearishness on the CCI. I'm just seeing how low I have to go to find something bullish. And actually what I'm seeing is I'm not seeing anything bullish. So, I mean, this is quite bearish. So you're getting some kind of bearish divergences here. I'll show you. You see how on the CCI, you've got this pivot here. You've effectively on the CCI, you've put on a higher high, but on the price, you've got a higher low. It's kind of like the MACD divergence, but here on the CCI, you can easily see it. It's really easy to see. So we are getting absorption, sell side absorption here. And so I'm not getting any bullishness at the moment on any of the indicators. Okay. So you just have to let the price become bullish. Yeah. And we'll see. If it becomes bullish, we'll see. If not, we'll just, I don't know, we'll just range here for a little bit more. And then maybe still go down. Go up and then still go down. Could always happen. Could always kind of go up to do that again. And the price loves to do that, huh? It loves to kind of make people think it's going up and then do that. All right. What's interesting about Bitcoin actually is because I've been looking at Slerf on the 1-minute time frame, and you're getting very similar patterns form on Bitcoin actually. So I've been kind of looking at Bitcoin too. What I'm really interested are the bottoms. I'm really interested in bottoms where the price actually reverses, the absolute bottom. For me, this is the most interesting part of the price action, just because that's where you want to enter. So for me, I'm trying to see if I can find some similarities in behavior. And so therefore in the future where you see certain conditions which are met, i.e. validations, where you can then have confidence that that will be a good entry. People use in different indicators. I think for me, volume is quite important. And it's a tricky one actually, because I think it's a lot easier to see on Slerf. But what you did have here, you have this big volume coming into the lows. You see that candle? It's quite a heavy volume, sell pressure. And eventually what happens is that when the price gets back above, which candle is it? Oh, that's your candle. It's a hard one. That's kind of what you want. You want the price to get back above some kind of structure of green candles and find support. Once you do that, then you know, then it will go up and fill the gaps, and it looks for the next green candles, and effectively you have your range then effectively. But I think you just need to see volume down, and then you need to see a volume reversal So in these kind of look at the 1 minute time frame, you see how you have this green volume taking the price up. You want to see that after the red volume. So once you see that, that gives you a little bit of confidence. And so in the 1 minute time frame, you can see it really quickly, because there's no point buying if you don't see other people buying. And so that's why you're always looking at the volume. Anyway, I'm keeping an eye on that. So kind of that's Bitcoin right now. I mean, in a gist, I'm keeping an eye on the Elliott wave count to see if we're about to complete some kind of wave 2, and then we're going to move into our wave 3 potentially. If that's to happen, what we would need to happen is to get above the point of control, which is roughly there, find support, and then I think you'll see a real massive squeeze for a massive that will be a sign of strength. You can speculatively start longing here, because obviously if we're going to go up, we've put in a higher low here, and we've put in a swing failure of this level here. Yeah, so we've taken a liquidity from this pivot, haven't been able to go lower. You see that? So there was a buy up, there was a massive reaction there, sold all the way back down to here. Now this is the question. So the selling pressure has brought us only a tad lower, a very small amount lower. We've basically got all the way to here, from here to here, after all of that price action. And so strength would look like this now. Strength is not going to look anything else. Okay. Basically, that's what it's going to look like. Something like that. And weakness, I think with weakness, you're just kind of maybe going up to back test some kind of golden pocket high. And then you're right back down again. Yeah. And that would be actually quite stronger to go all the way up to that, back to that trend line. But that you'd have to it would be a bit of a liquidity grab, really, wouldn't it? You'd be getting people bullish again, but just putting another lower high here and then dropping down again. Okay. And so that would be a question. I think the bearishness is more likely, simply because if people are longing now, they'll start to take profit when it hits or comes close to the point of control. And obviously the price could just kind of met here, because we are into resistance, and it could easily met here and then just go down. Like we're at that place right now where the price could just go down. Yeah. So it's a tricky place. It could be very profitable if you're shorting, but also you could get wrecked. And so that's why it's quite interesting area here, because if people are shorting now, if they start shorting, but the price squeezes them, then you could see that kind of bullish impulse with people opening at market. You could see that. It is possible, just simply because of where we are in the context of the price action. If the bears can put enough pressure here to take out this current low that they've put in, then we'll probably see a big sell-off. Yeah. Then in that context, I think maybe these lows won't hold, because I think people would just dump them. If we just if we go down now, we take out this low, it's not going to look good, is it? You're not going to get, I don't think you'll get an SFB here. You'll get a sell-off. Okay. So that's kind of where I'm at of the price. I'm in a long on Slerf. I think David's long on BTC as well. So we are long, but naturally we didn't just long now. I longed last night. You know, I longed effectively. I longed the daily open effectively, and it makes sense. And that's something else you'll learn. We can learn with experience, is that usually when you get like these big red candle days, buying the daily open or the first kind of pullback is always can sometimes be quite profitable, because the price usually goes up before it goes down. So it's always interesting, the daily open. All right, so that's kind of Bitcoin. You wanted me to have a look at USD. Oh, not. You want me to have a look at. There's nothing to say about not, to be honest with you. It's a brand new token, and there's no volume, there's no history. It's in price discovery, yeah. At the moment, you see it's in price discovery. A lot of volume came in to take it to the highs. This previous week closed. I actually think this needs to come down. Personally, I think in the current, unless Bitcoin was to do something unbelievable in the current market conditions, I think this really needs to go down. But obviously, I mean, who knows? It's in price discovery. We're kind of teetering at the top of the value area high. Yeah. There's nothing really to say, actually, is there? Went down, went up. This is your big volume candle here on the 12-hour time frame. That's why it rejected. I think it's possible that the price would just come up to there and then start to find real resistance. Okay, so we're coming into resistance now. And obviously you'd probably need to get back up there into that level. See that? Like you wouldn't just buy now because it's pumping. You'd want to kind of flip that level, get back above that level. That's probably the right level. Yeah, you see it's just above the point of control. Really needs, the price needs to get back above the point of control and flip it into support, because at the moment you see it's been acting as resistance, and it hasn't really held it as support. And the problem is that now the price is coming back up, even though we're looking at an inverse head and shoulders here with a break neckline break. The price could easily now just kind of fulfill the pattern, get everyone bullish, and then fall right back down. Okay, and then if that happens, this neckline won't hold, and so you're heading much. That would be actually a good opportunity to short, in my opinion, rather than try and long it. Trying to long it because you're trying to complete a pattern. It'd be better to just wait for a rejection or reaction here. As soon as the price starts losing this value area, you could short. I don't think the neckline here is going to hold, and because of the way the price has moved up quite quickly here, you'll probably see a really quick drop off as well. So honestly, I'm feeling quite bearish on this. Just simply because I don't know. I don't know why. I don't think it's that bullish, but not right now. Just because it pumped. And now just bear this in mind. If you don't get a rejection, because I mean, it could just continue as well. Like, that's the problem. Once you take out the high, if you don't get a rejection, if you get continuation, then you're in price. I think the context of the current market doesn't allow for this, but you never know. Like I said, if you see a sign of strength from Bitcoin, then this is the right coin to buy, because it will start pumping into price discovery. Yeah, so in that context, this is actually a really good coin, a really good token to have. All right, so I don't know if that helped. I'm not going to do a full analysis on that right now. All right, let me have a look at a couple of other things. TRVL, let me have a look at that. Well, I did quite an in-depth look at TRVL yesterday. I haven't actually posted a video. So if you haven't watched my video from yesterday, if you look at my live stream, I just do it at the beginning. Yeah, I do a whole, I think I did about an hour on TRVL. and I just go through different things. Maybe I should kind of cut it and post it. I know it's quite long, but I think we could be coming to an end. And what I've done now, just following on from my yesterday's comments, is I'm just kind of imagining this whole first thing as one wave without trying to count it. And what we're in currently is some kind of corrective move, right? So what I've been doing now is just reevaluating my analysis a little bit, just kind of thinking outside the box. Imagining the all-time low was the 0 and the 1 ended there. And in and around all of this shit, you've got 5 waves, 3 impulsive and 2 corrective. And obviously because of the low liquidity, the illiquid nature of this token, it kind of looks really crazy. So you can't, makes it difficult to count. So therefore I am imagining that we're in some kind of corrective move. I don't really know what it is. Again, it's not easy because of the liquid nature of it and the lack of volume. Potentially something like an ABCD or some kind of WXY. And I am thinking the correction ends at this month, just simply based on fib time. If you use fib time from my imaginary pivot, which is the all-time low, right to the pivot we put there, you'll see that basically the 1st of July is our 618. So the 618 from this extension to there, that's the 618. And so potentially I'm thinking that the beginning of the month, the end of this month, the beginning of next month, we could potentially come to some kind of final low here. And then we have to see what happens to go up. Are we going to impulse? That's the question. The question that no one can really answer. But I think it's only possible when my Bitcoin dominance chart really, really tops out. Okay. And I think if you want altcoins to start impulsing, then Bitcoin really has to be strong. It has to basically be just about taking the all-time high and pushing into price discovery. And that's what I've noticed, like with Bitcoin in this market. Generally speaking, altcoins have been weak, except when Bitcoin is starting pumping. And so before it was just to fill the gaps in previous price action, but the real pump is in price discovery. And so if we find acceptance into price discovery, or if we can't get acceptance back into the current value area of the overall range, if we can leave this current value area and flip the value area high into support, then you're going to get a lot of altcoins pump again. So for now, my timings are for kind of roughly at the end of the month, just based on this kind of imagination, which is that's your wave 1 somewhat. And we're having some kind of correction here. If we do manage to impulse, it won't be the same as the first move. It'll be very different, I think. And I would like us, if we do manage to impulse, to get to and clear, if we can, 9 cents as get rid of the liquidity from 9 cents in one go. Basically go from where we are now or lower to 9 cents. And then I would like to see 5.5, 6 or whatever flipped again potentially. I'd like to see 5.5 back testing into some kind of support. And then we have to see what happens because no one really knows. And then I think then you'd be looking for continuation, and then hopefully continuation. That's kind of what I'm contemplating. But obviously, if we do have another move, the most important task for us is to take out this high. And if we do have another move, and if it does shape out like the way I'm imagining it, I don't know. I don't think so because the timings are all wrong. Don't know. I mean, you could end up with however it plays out. And that, I've talked about different types of patterns in the past, but we could be looking for some kind of rounding bottom higher time frame. So could be looking for something like that. And naturally, this is how the price moves in that kind of rounding bottom, isn't it? It kind of does that, and then it kind of what's that? And then that's kind of what you want to see. That kind of that's basically your cup, isn't it? Your cup, and then the bear market could be a handle. However high we get to, wherever we put in that pivot, we can have a bear market handle, and then we can go to higher prices. That's kind of, at the moment, that's my higher time frame dream at the moment. Or obviously beyond that, my perfect dream would be let's go up to the moon right now. Let's just teleport to the moon. All right, so that's kind of what I'm looking at in TRVL. It's quite interesting because if you're not on the Telegram, you should go. I haven't really looked at Telegram in detail, but there's some good conversations here between this guy here. What's his name? Oh my God, Sin, did you just write that? That's a lot. So there's a lot of conversations, as you can see. It was actually this guy. Was it Alistair or Ferry? Ferry has been an active participant in Dtravel community, and he's got some good ideas. He's talking about the utility of the token, and he's obviously got some good ideas. So some good conversations here. Go and have a look. I'm not going to go through the whole lot, but I did see one really interesting point, and I'm just trying to find it. Is that me? So he says, look here. Was that a response? I can't remember. I have a different position on that as well. So the money was raised by Dtravel project. According to the initial marketing, the TRVL token represents stakeholder membership in the Dtravel DAO and enables participation in governance and voting activities that influence how Dtravel platform is managed. Dtravel is a centralized autonomous organization, a community-owned and governed ecosystem that operates for the benefit of its community members, host guests, contributors, and TRVL token holders. Thus, and this is the key point, Dtravel funds are community owned. And I think that's a really important conclusion to that statement, isn't it? He's come to the right conclusion. It's a conclusion that I came to in the past also. And what you have to understand is that there's no dictatorship here. It's a DAO. It's a decentralized autonomous organization, and token holders have voting rights over the direction and future of the DAO. Now we're in the early days. We haven't really even begun. Like, we're only just beginning. In the future, you can imagine a really more complicated, complex form of some kind of governance. I imagine a future where you have DAOs being run by AI, and where stakeholders or voting holders can just vote for everything. You know, it's community powered, but it's being run by some kind of smart brain. But that, I'm just talking about the far future. In the near future, i.e. the now, effectively, the community fund, all the treasury and all of that actually belongs to the community. It all belongs to the community. So when people are looking at the tokenomics on the Dtravel page, it belongs to us. So it belongs to the token holders. And when you're looking at the breakdown, here it is. Community treasury, The growth fund is there for growing the network and the project, which is obviously administered by the foundation or the Dtravel team. And the reserve is just the reserve. It's literally just, it's like permanently vested. It's just basically your backup. And effectively the community treasury belongs to the community. So all of these TRVL in the community treasury, according to this, June 28, it's 153 million TRVL in the community treasury. It hasn't been depleted yet. And that belongs to me, effectively. So the more TRVL tokens I have, the more voting power I have, and the more influence I have. Now, we're only just beginning, and I think that's really important to remember. Yeah. Once the governance is fully operational and implemented, and we're starting to have votes on a regular basis, a periodic basis, and I think then it's going to start to take shape and form, and then people are going to really understand the value in owning TRVL. Okay, I think that's kind of what he was alluding to. I think I'm kind of on the same page as him in terms of that's what my imagination is. So while people are thinking to themselves, oh, we want this to have value, or TRVL, and then I think the conversation was because the question was whether the token reflects equity or not. See, like buying utility tokens is different than owning equity in a company. And I think people have asked this question. I've asked this question too. And the answer is that Dtravel are trying to stay within the unwritten rules of whether centralized authorities like the SEC come after these cryptos because they think that somehow it's a security. Now, I've spoken to my lawyer friend. He thinks it's still a security, but I think the idea is that they're trying to avoid that future battle. I don't know if it's the right strategy, but then the question is, if you do own equity, then what equity would you own? Does Dtravel even, I mean, maybe technology? How is that tangible? How do you reflect that into token value? I think the way the tokenomics has been designed would be better, is already better, because any real world value is already translated into token value. There's a direct relationship. And that was basically what I was getting at many months ago, where we need to translate real world value into token value, but it doesn't, the token doesn't have to reflect equity. Yeah, it doesn't have to reflect equity. If the tokenomics increases the value of the token through other means, whether it's through burning, or whether it's through usage, utility, or whether it's through staking, which is taking tokens out of the supply, or other means where there's more demand. And I think really the more demand for TRVL is going to be the big growth in TRVL. So that's directly related to the network growth and the growth of the physical network. And so that's why this is quite exciting, because that effectively means that the growth is potentially limitless, because if you suddenly have 1 million operators on our network using TRVL, because there's actual utility, I think there's nothing that the growth through people, through the demand that comes from people needing TRVL, is where most of the growth in the value is going to come. Okay, the future value, which is the real world aspect, which is just the business part of it, will be a constant increase in value, but it won't be sudden. It won't be like where the network starts to grow. That's where you're going to get most of the value. The exponential growth at the beginning is the network growing exponentially. That's really where most of the value. So all of these conversations about, in my opinion, I like them, but they're really, in my mind, they're quite moot in the context of people wanting to see their values increase, because it doesn't really matter if you were to say, oh, I want to make this an equity. I don't think that suddenly the values are going to go up to the moon. I don't think it's going to really make much difference. What will make a difference is when people start to hear about Dtravel, and when we start to get more and more operators onto our network, and then obviously travelers start to use our network. I think that would make more of a difference. But it's good, some good conversations here. I'm just adding my 2 cents, but nothing really. It's just good to go and have a chat. James Jordan 23 is still at it. He's still chatting and giving his opinions, and it's quite interesting. And we've also had a weekly update today. Hello Dtravel community, please enjoy your weekly update. Airbnb Sync is live on production. Well done, bravo, clap clap, and has already been tested by a number of existing users. I haven't tested it. We'll be pushing out, that's fine, I don't mind. We'll be pushing out this update publicly and to our waitlist next week. Okay. Dtravel rewards logic is finalized and backend work has kicked off. We're excited to distribute meaningful rewards to those who contribute to growing the ecosystem. New website updates and Dtravel app are ready to go live. We'll be rolling this out shortly, likely as a soft launch to our community of early access to the rewards program. Thank you. Final TRVL integration audits are being done, and version 3 Night Protocol contracts are being migrated to new chain. That's the one, isn't it? That's what we're looking for. New chain. What is the new chain? You can have 3 guesses. Let's see. Next, focus on the version 4 Night Protocol contract implementation and to finalize the decision on decentralized storage. So thank you. I like that one. And something to note is that they need faster service. I don't know how they're going to do that within a small, relatively modest budget. What did Cynthia say up here? Oh my God, yeah. Hey everyone, appreciate the feedback and open discussion. As always, we encourage open discourse and for everyone to ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer. As everyone knows, the Web3 space is very new and changes every few months. What was right, or at least seemed right 6 months ago or 3 months ago, often changes in hindsight with advances in tech, landscape, and regulations. DAOs are one of these things that have evolved and continue to evolve, and I don't think there's a right answer on how to build a DAO, as everyone's building the plane as they're trying to fly it. The intention and long-term goal is still for this to be a DAO. So that's kind of what I was saying. This has not, nor will be changed in the future. The vision of an open, decentralized, peer-to-peer vacation rental ecosystem, much bigger than that, because vacation rentals is where we begin. It's not where we end, because Dtravel is decentralized travel. That's just my whatever, my addition. Can't be achieved without widespread community ownership. We're going to be launching our community growth program soon, which will ensure fair distribution of TRVL to community members who provide valuable work to the network by helping it grow. This provides a threefold benefit. Our community will grow. We'll reward people for work in a Web3 way that delivers on the promise of a DAO structure, and there will be greater distribution and diversity of members who can contribute to governance because there'll be more token holders. Okay. So they've got their DAO governance published paper. There's a link there. I'm going to paste that link here. You guys want to have a look? And the next stages of this is putting forward, also putting a framework into place that balances 2 things: flexibility for execution as well as participation for community members. We have the initial framework for this and have been waiting until some big initiatives have been released to put this into motion. Initially, the idea is to have proposals created by the core team, which can be voted on by the community. Once we do this a few times and have a good proposal structure in place, we'll open this to the community members to create proposals that can be voted on. This is exciting. Governance is one of the initiatives as part of the new tokenomics that we want to put into place. However, growth, especially given the timing of where the market is and is going, we felt it was more important to prioritize initiatives that would accelerate growth first. We're not a traditional private company. We have never raised any equity in case there are concerns around this. Basically what I was saying. The reason we don't disclose more private info, like where the company's registered, is due to security risks. Hackers are very savvy and will use whatever info they can get to social engineer or get access, and security is one of our biggest priorities always, both of the project and of individual members, to ensure we mitigate and reduce security risks as much as possible. On the financial side, I understand the points about this, how this might give people more insight into where we're at. One risk that sharing more detailed info poses is that it's very easy to misunderstand just a number without a ton of context. And it's hard to provide that context easily unless you're in the day-to-day operations. One thing I can assure you is that our runway is fine. I can agree to that, as I've seen. And we're constantly reviewing to make sure we're not increasing our costs. I'm extremely confident that if anyone saw how low the team salaries are to ensure how we preserve our runway, you'd be shocked. I can 100% agree with Cynthia here. She's basically, we're on the same page, and they don't have good salaries. It's basically their payday is TRVL going to the moon. That's really their payday. That's their salary. You know, other than that, it's really a lifelong kind of vocation in a sense. All right, so that's TRVL. Any questions on TRVL? This is my higher time frame kind of current idea. Some kind of rounding bottom here. And let's see if we can take out that high. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. Until then, I don't really see anything other than my only thing that I don't want to see happen is this. I don't want to see the all-time low taken out. I don't think that's going to happen, just simply because we've had a lot of selling, you know. How much more selling is there? I just don't understand. Like, how much more? Where do people get their TRVL from? They're selling so much. So I don't know where. I don't understand that. And then the other thing is that we're nicely, we've come into the golden pocket. I'll do it accurately so you can see now. See, we've just now, for the first time, see that we're kind of into the golden pocket now, and maybe we'll go to the other side somewhere here, maybe, before we see what happens. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe. And that, obviously, that was, what can you do? You know, people selling. It's a lot of volume. I don't know where people are getting their TRVL from. So they're probably just buying higher and selling lower and making a loss. Because I think with the amount of volume that's come out, I'm just wondering where did it come from? I can't see where it came from, and certainly not in this up move. So it must be like trapped liquidity from previously. See, look, the volume, most of the volume's above us now, and it just makes you think, where's the volume coming from now? So that's all I'm just thinking about that. And then let's see what happens. Maybe if we can bottom out here, that would be really nice to see. And I don't know if we're going to be able to turn impulsively unless the Dtravel team are able to initiate that critical part, which is the ability for us to utilize TRVL in a tangible, meaningful way, which produces or increases value through some kind of, whether it's staking or whether it's some kind of utility to do with the Dtravel network. I think that's probably going to be the catalyst for some kind of impulsive move. Beyond that, it's going to require Bitcoin to pump into all-time highs, I think. Okay, and then obviously we have to consider Bitcoin dominance, which is, again, I'm going back to it, because even though I've got the resistance level here, it's also possible that we actually top out there. And so you have to see it's always the same with tokens. They can only go up or down. Yeah. If they go up, that's strong, you buy. If they go down, you're trying to catch it as low as possible. And so there's always this kind of divergence between where you'll buy, which is strength. So like if the price went up now, you could see strength, and so you end up buying higher. Or actually, when people are looking at this, they're thinking to themselves, it'd be nice if we could pick up TRVL right down here at 2.9 cents, or right down here at 2.2 cents. People are thinking that. They are. It makes sense. And they might miss the boat, but they're willing to take that risk. All right. Here, sorry, I was showing the wrong screen again. This is what I mean, the golden pocket. See, so we've come into the golden pocket here. So maybe if we get to the other side of the golden pocket, maybe we could, if we can, bottom up there, that would be nice. And if obviously I want it as high as possible, but I'm contemplating as low as that. And then obviously I want to see Bitcoin dominance. Somehow it would be nice if Bitcoin dominance could get up there, or even up there, just for that. Let me have a look at Slerf. What's Slerf doing? Is it going up? Is it going down? What's it doing? Slerf. Well, look, let me actually let's take a 10-minute break, if you don't mind. There's a few people here. No one's chatting, but that's fine. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. What time is it? It's 1:20. Oh, it's about the New York Open. It's about New York's about to open. Let me take a 10-minute break. Let me have a look at the New York Open, and then I'll go back to Slerf and have a look at that, just to kind of give you a Slerf update. Why am I looking at HTX? Let me go to this, and then I'll go into more depth. Or maybe I should just come back for more depth. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, let me just come back, because it's not going to make any difference to whether people take trades today or not. Is it? I'm in the long and I've taken profit. It's basically going, I mean, just so you guys, like, you're like, why are you long? I like to catch falling knives when I see signs of reversal. I sometimes take 1 or 2 attempts at it with really tight invalidations, and I'm just practicing that, actually, because I think that's some of the most profitable trades are when you can actually catch the bottoms or the top. But yesterday I saw the price was, a lot of volume was coming out, a lot of volume, and then towards the end of the night I saw that the price was struggling to go down further. For me, the signal was this, like I told you, look at the 1-minute volume. Once I saw these green volume candles come in, see those green ones, and if you look at the volume on them, it's quite a lot. It's like 350k, 350, 350, 119. You see there's a bit of volume coming in here, quite impulsive volume, actually. I was thinking it was quite impulsive, and it's obviously better to low in the longs. It's just that it's hard to know when it keeps on. If you look at how many times the price SFP'd, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. But what was interesting with this last one was exactly what I was talking about yesterday, was this higher low. You see that? Higher low. Interesting, huh? You've got increasing volume, higher low. So that's quite interesting. Okay. And what happened here is you got more volume. So you got volume coming in, but the price is struggling to go back down, right? That was kind of the first thing I was looking for yesterday. And then the second thing I was looking for is effectively I was looking for this last bit of top candles, this green candles here, effectively this wick. I was waiting for the price to get back above this area here. Yeah. Because if we're going to go down, that's naturally the place that you go down. You reject from there for a lower high and go down. Once I saw that the price was rejected, but then was coming back in like this, I started buying. I looked at the higher lows here. I started buying here, and then the volume started to come in. Okay. The volume, I started to buy more, and then I took my profit as the price went up. Okay. And so I'm in a position now. My stop loss is at the moment somewhere here at break even. And oh look, so it's going up, is it? So a little bit more volume coming in. So it's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. Wait for the volume to come. And so I think most people will agree with me that if you look at the whole of yesterday's move, you can clearly see that it's where this green volume comes in here that the price changes. Yeah, not here at the high, not at the highs. I'm looking for the reversal. And so for me, when I'm looking at this whole downward pattern, the thing that stands out for me more than anything is this volume here. Yeah, high and low, increasing volume. And obviously it's quite difficult for the price to, we're not going to necessarily move up impulsively just because we have all this kind of trap liquidity to clear through. But you never know. So let me take a 10-minute break now, and then I'll come back to Slerf, and I'll do a proper kind of update. So be back in about 10 minutes. That's UK time. Wait. Let's say 1:40, and I'll have a look at the New York Open as well. All right, don't go away here. Just have a little break. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back a bit early. What time is it? 1:36. Look at Bitcoin. Oof. Little SFP there. Ooh. It's a little pump and dump SFP. So yeah, that's quite bearish. That's not bullish. At the moment, it's potentially, it could be turning. Let's have a look. So no bearish divergence though. So we're still above the VWAP. There's a swing failure there, but it's a higher high. So that's your higher low. As long as you don't take up that low, you don't want to go from a higher high, from a low to a high high back to a lower low. That's not good. So let me see. No bearish divergences here, no bullish. That was a that was a OI dropping. There's a big take profit there. Some bit of take profit here. That was the big one, and then you have, this is all take profit. So not bearish in the sense that it's only take profits. It's not like shorts. I can't see crazy shorts opening here. So potentially we're still okay. Let's see. But obviously, you know, when you see price SFP and drop, it makes people worried a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, so looking at the 5-minute market structure, I mean, that's the problem with the 5-minute, isn't it? Because technically the lower high is so, the higher high is so high, or the lower high, whatever. Where is it? Lower low, low high, low low, low high, lower low. So it's basically up there. So we're not in bullish market structure. Exactly what I said. It's kind of like a little bit of a flagging pattern here, and that's the same thing on Slerf. So I can see a little bit of a flagging pattern forming here. That's in the local price action, but let's just have a look at the overall price action now. Just delete that. So what can I say? Closing underneath this pivot is not good. It's not a good sign. Coming back up to fill the gap, right up to basically the bottom of the previous day low. So we've kind of filled all the gaps. There's probably some more. Let's see how high. No, that's probably it. There's gaps higher up, but then we're into this kind of this resistance area here. We haven't taken out the high here. So you see on Slerf, lower high, lower low, lower low, low lows, lower, low high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. I mean, potentially you could say that we're in bullish market structure on the 5-minute here. That was the higher high. So as long as the price, as long as we don't take out that pivot, I think it'll be quite bearish to go from a lower in this here to a higher high. If we go down to a lower low, that'll be quite bearish. So as long as we don't lose that pivot, this idea can continue. And then if we lose this pivot here, that's not going to be good. It'll be more like trying to go down then. We get more selling. And then we have to see what happens, because It won't just, it may go straight down, but it may just kind of just come all the way back down to here to do something else. It depends. We don't know. Still some more selling. For that. Oh yeah, that's really bearish. That suddenly became bearish. But potentially it's just like longs closing. As long as that we don't take out that pivot, we could still continue. And so that I just want to see how that plays out. That's just on a local, kind of really local time frame. Overall, we've been tracking this 5-wave move, haven't we? And the correction. So let's just have a look at this. Yeah, so we're kind of there and there. Now, what's interesting is, because I was thinking maybe that was your wave 1. But this is all wrong now, isn't it? Because the rules have been broken, haven't they? So if that was your 1 and that's your 2, and if this somehow becomes your 3, then we've come underneath there. Okay, so we have actually come underneath there. So that invalidates this idea. So we have to see if there's any other things going on. Now, I can't remember, what was your name again? Anyway, a couple of days ago on my stream, someone said that potentially he was thinking that we had our 5. Where did he say it was to? Maybe to here. I don't know. I can't see it, but. And then we just had a kind of MET correction here, like an ABC here. This is what he was saying. It's like an ABC here. And then we had our last 5 here. That was his point of view. He was imagining this to be a 1, 2, 3. So the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which does fit as well. Like this does also fit in to the count. Now, I never really considered this in the first instance, just simply because I felt like this ABC was too short in comparison to this correction here. We make them all the same color, so it's easier to see what's going on. So effectively, like that same way, wave 1. So this is something that I'm still considering. I'm not sure to. So if that works like that, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's possible. Like I can't say it's not possible. Just because it was shorter doesn't mean it's not possible. There, you see, from there to there, that's your correction. And before we had much longer correction all the way to there. And that's the only reason why I was a little bit hesitant. But potentially, whatever happens, we've come back underneath this pivot here. So if that's your 1, the only way for this to work, for there to be 5 waves in this, would be exactly what he was saying. Is we had a really short wave 4 here, and but it was actually here. It was actually this little bit here, this up, this down, up, down, just a simple ABC. And that means that if his count is right, it could be, then you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking at it like that, it actually doesn't look too bad, huh? When you look at it like that, it doesn't look terrible, does it? And if that's correct, then this is, you don't invalidate this. Then my count was initially wrong, but I didn't discount his count, and then we've completed our wave 1 here. This is a wave 1 all the way up to here, and now we're just in a wave 2 correction. The next one's going to be the big one, because based on this idea, so this is the current idea that I'm entertaining right now, which isn't my original one, which was maybe this would come under, this would invalidate this. Now I'm just going with this because it does work too. Just looking at it like this, the wave counts are correct to the 3. You got like an A, B, C, D, E here. It's like a 5 wave down. It's like an A, B, C. That's your correction. So you've potentially got that down here, like that, for your next impulse, which is that 5. For an A, B, C here, to go into your last wave, which is your wave 5 of the overall one. Does that make sense? So if I go based on that idea, it doesn't really matter. It's if that's not a 1 or whatever, because it makes no difference in terms of what I'm looking at is the invalidation. So on one hand, the invalidation is here, and on the other hand, the invalidation is here. It doesn't really make any difference, because if you're going to put your invalidation here, you'd probably put it there anyway. And so actually in this, based on this idea, if that is your 1, then your actual 0 point is right here, and that's your invalidation. So as long as we don't make a new low here and take out the 0, then we could explode up. And that's what you're looking for right now. You're looking for an impulsive move, aren't we? That's what we're looking for. Now, it could happen at any time. You've got to be aware of that. I think Bitcoin needs to be in a better place, personally. I'm not advocating for people to just jump in and hope for the best. And so you see, we kind of lost the golden pocket. We found support, we lost it, we came back above it, and it's not the best reaction at the moment. And because we haven't really back tested it, we've cleared it, we haven't back tested it, I'd like to see the golden pocket. If we want to go up, it has to hold here now as we go back for a back test potentially. I don't necessarily expect the price to just go up. That doesn't really make that much sense, because we've been going up. And we haven't really kind of come back down here. I'd like to see that. Potentially. If that holds, then this could look quite good. Potentially some kind of inverse head and shoulders. So that's really what you want to see happen next. If you're thinking up, then we want to see that, and then you want to see a nice juicy neckline break, pushing up to the next area of interest. Now, I still think it's corrective. I'm not convinced about the impulse just yet. I think it's always easy to jump into the impulse early, but if there's no follow through, then it just goes to nothing. Yeah, it goes to, I think this is looking quite bearish now in this local price action. You see that? So we take out that low, then maybe we head down to the golden pocket, and then if the golden pocket holds as support, then naturally what you need is the price then to get back above that little lost bit of candles, and then you'll start to go up. Otherwise, all that will happen potentially is you'll find resistance, and then you'll just continue to head right back down, right? So let's see what happens. We've got a little bit of volume here, and that's not good. That's not good, because it's largely green volume, and you can see the price is being absorbed. Yeah, you can see What time frame can you see it? You can kind of see it on the 2-hour time frame. There's a little bit of the divergence here. You see on the CCI you're making a higher high, on the price you're making a lower high. So you can see that there's bearish divergences here, and it's just obvious that people are selling into the rise. Yeah, that's not good. Look at that 12-hour candle. I'm probably going to close my position. It could still go up, but well, we still haven't made a lower low. I'll wait for the next push if it comes, or I'll just get stopped out, break even. Anyway, so based on that Elliott wave idea, that gives us a bit of a target right now. So let me just update this into the correction. Okay. And then the other thing that I had going was this kind of wave 4. I'm probably going to rename that now to 2, because I'm just going to go based on that new idea. And so looking at this correction now, just thinking about these waves, so this first move down was good, this second one looked good, and we had a potentially, this is to that. So get rid of that. Let's get rid of these. Let's try this again. I don't know if I did this move not right. I'm saying it's there. We just delete these again and just try and do this last bit again. One, two. I preferred it right there to see something like that. That was probably better because it was a 1 to 1. It was a 1 to 618. See that? There to there, and that brought us to the 618. I think that was better. Just try this as well. Yeah, somewhere there. Maybe this one actually. So maybe like that. Would it go down more? Not sure. Just get rid of these. Let me just redo this. I might just redo the whole thing now, actually, and see if I can come up with something a little bit better. And so that's the thing, as you get new information, you can redo it, and you might get something a little bit more accurate. So I'll just delete all this now. No worries. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. So just looking at this, you've got like you've got this, haven't you? You've got like an ABC here. Did it end here or did it end here? I'm not sure. because in my original one I had it here. Okay, let's just do it from high to low. Let's just start like that, and see how this plays out. And maybe to there really. Okay, we'll just do that. That's fine. Oh, there you go. Look at that. It's a bit of a sell-off on Slerf. That's it. I'm stopped out. So yeah, so that was pretty bearish. So there you go. You're just taking out the 5-minute candle, the low. You basically gone from a lower low to a higher high back to that's really bearish. Yeah, this isn't bullish at all. To go from a lower low to a higher high to a lower low with a swing failure. I mean, I'm not saying that's a short. That could be some longs closing. But initially it was longs getting stopped out at the lows of this range. So obviously, if you want the price to continue, and this is actually now looking like some kind of head and shoulders pattern. So this is actually starting to look really bearish. Quite high volume in that drop. So a lot of people are selling. Look, sell, 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 sell. How much volume is coming into that candle? It's like nearly 900,000 at the moment. 900,000 Slerf being sold in the last 5 minutes, sold and bought. And when you're looking at the lower time frame, the 1 minute time frame, you can see what's happening here. You can see it's a lot of volume has come down. There's no swing failure here, and there's quite a big buy up. So I think there's a lot of selling going on here right now. So I don't like selling the breakout lows like this, but I might do it. I might do it. And then obviously you don't want to really come back into that neckline once you lose it. It's worth starting out small sometimes and seeing what happens. I think in this context, you want to see the price not be able to get past the, if we're going to start trending down now, and so that's the question, are we going to trend? Is this going to start trending down now? It could. We don't want to lose, reclaim those green candles as we come back up. So you see, every time if we start trending in the 1 minute, what you'll notice is the price will come back up. It will find resistance of the first 1 minute candle, and then you'll have continuation. So you have to see how these green candles resist the price. If you see that they're not resisting anymore, it means that there's no limit orders to take the price lower. But if you see there's a little bit of resistance, a little bit of reaction, then that changes the story. So you can see here now there's a little bit of reaction, and eventually what happens, we have to see. I mean, look, I mean, you wouldn't short the lows. If this is a breakout, then you're gonna, it has to be, you have to have follow through with more market selling. That's the only way to get down here. But you see here, the first sign of a change here would be, if we're going to start trending now, you'll notice that these green candles start resisting the price. So it's just, sometimes it's good to have a position just so you don't feel like you've missed the move if there's going to be a move. Could there be a move? Yeah. Look at that. That's really bearish candle. But it would require more selling. If no one's going to sell, then it's not going to go down. But you've got a lot of people who've been longing in this range, and so you'd expect them to now look to close their positions. Yeah, you see, so the other thing you'll see, if it starts to trend, you'll start to see lower highs. Yeah, so you see here on these candles, you see that you're forming lower highs. And so you want to see that continue on the wicks. That's what you're really focused on. If you see lower highs on the wicks, then that's going to tell you that actually maybe it's still kind of looking to go down. Okay. I'll keep an eye on that. So let's have a look at this idea then. I kind of think that I do think that this WXY ended here, actually, just on this 618, potentially. This price comes here into 618 and it finds, it overshoots, but potentially that's where this ABC ended, this first one. Could this be another one here? Let's have a look. See, the sellings continue to, you see, people are selling into that. What's happening now, the thing is people won't necessarily buy. And so the test now is how much limit orders, are in this move up. And usually when the price moves up like the way it did, is it clears all the orders on the way up. So there aren't many orders, and that's why the price comes down quite quickly, because it becomes very illiquid because you've cleared all the limit orders. And so now here you're coming into these candles, there are some limit orders here, and so naturally you have a little bit of resistance support here, but it's just limit orders. It's not market buying, which is what is going to push the price up. So if there's, and that's the question, so you're going to have, as the price moves up, people start putting limit orders, and then it doesn't move the price up, it just prevents the price from falling down. And so if the price comes down, it fills the orders and the price goes up, because there's still more market buying and selling than selling. But when you get into a situation like this where you have a sudden market sell, all the limit orders, see all these wicks on these candles, it's all these limit orders are being cleared, so it becomes very illiquid, and then the price drops really quickly when you get a market sell. In this case, probably a massive take profit, and then you start getting people sell. Now they're selling into liquidity because you've got these candles here, and if the selling is more than the liquidity, the price will continue to go down. But if it's not, if you get all this selling and just gets absorbed because there's a lot of limit orders here, then it will just, the price will just hold here, yeah, and eventually it will start to go back up. Okay, and that's, so you have to see now how vigorous the selling is. Yeah, that's really the question, because if it's vigorous, it will just keep on filling those orders. And if you continue to make lower lows and lower highs on the really smallest time frame, then you'll get people start to sell more, and they won't buy. Okay, they'll start to market sell. Why will they market sell? Well, context is really important. We're in a bit of a downtrend. We've just had a little bit of pump, higher prices, and now there's a bit of room to the lows. And so naturally, there's some people sitting in profits. Maybe they longed down here. And if they start seeing the price come down, they'll start taking your profits. You get more sell pressure, and then obviously you're going to get some people short as well, maybe to cover a position, or maybe just because they see the price move is trying to move down. And it's just now it's a battle. Now it's a battle between buying and selling at this kind of local range. The selling will probably overpower it because I can see the wicks, and so a lot of the liquidity has been taken. And also the other problem here is that you've kind of lost that neckline. And so naturally, you're not going to get people trying to buy this. You're just going to get people trying to sell this. They'll sell into that. And if you get underneath this level here, then it will go right back down to the bottom, probably. Probably. And so the two key candles of interest in this range are these two green candles, these high volume ones. And if they're big whales and they're looking to accumulate, just like on market like they have, that's their point of defense, isn't it? Once it comes into their entry point, to see if they're still defending the price. Probably not, because they've probably taken their profit at the highs of this local move. Okay, and so naturally you can see the price is at that point, and it's trying to get back into these candles. These are the high volume ones, and so eventually what will happen, if it happens, it will come back into this candle, this big one, and then the price will just drop to the bottom. That's probably what will happen. But there's a little bit of support here, a little bit of liquidity, which is holding the price up. And so it's a question, no one knows whether the selling will continue. Yeah. And what's interesting about, you have to bear this in mind, if the selling doesn't continue, you could get trap shorts in the lows here, and if the price comes up for some reason, you'll get a lot of people close their shorts at market, which will pull the price up. It's not bullish either, because it's a market that's long, that's shorts closing, it's not new longs opening, but it's kind of, that's how the trap to shorts, that's how you create structure, market structure on the higher time frames, because you get this kind of behavior where you get trap traders trying to push the price down, but actually there's not enough liquidity to take it past some kind of liquidity area here. That's effectively what it is. But I mean, at the moment it's still looking quite bearish, just exactly the same thing that I said. The wicks are getting lower. You see how the wicks are getting lower? So you have this kind of pattern forming, and as long as that continues, this could start trending down. It could. So you just have to, it's good to keep an eye on these things. Yeah. And it doesn't have to go down fast. This is, in my mind, is quite fast. And as long as you just can't get back above these green, lower time frame green candles, you just come back up, find resistance, and just go back down, go back up, find resistance, go back down, and you keep on making that lower highs, then you could start trending down. It's possible. And the context is really important, because we're in the kind of the high of this big range, and we've lost these local lows. We've changed market structure to bearish on the 5-minute time frame, and we're back into a little bit of a liquidity area. If there's enough market selling, the price will go down. That's the question. If there isn't, the price won't go down. It will just kind of range here for a little bit, just trying to go between limit orders. And if it continues making lower highs, eventually it will go down. And so that's why it's important to look at the higher highs or the higher lows, or the etc. The lower highs or the higher lows. So if you're looking for down moves, you need lower highs, and if you're looking for up moves, you need higher lows. Yeah, that's really important. So I'm just wondering if that was the first kind of correction, and now we're into a second bit of correction. This bit, the second bit, maybe that's something like this, like that. And maybe we have another ABC to go down. There you go. You see it's going down now. So if you come onto my stream, I can help you make money. Not financial advice, but I mean, look, I told you it was bearish, and it was looking bearish. I took a short, and you know, it's going down. The main thing is that we keep this idea of lower highs, and also once you do take your short, at the very least set your trade to break even. In a trade like this, you'd set it to break even quickly because you're making lower highs, and so why would you not? Yeah, that's the pattern. That's the idea. The idea of lower highs. So you could start trailing these highs down, and you wouldn't. It's not a big risk because you're just jumping into the river, and once you get set to break even, you never know. I mean, the price could just start falling, and so it's just something to keep an eye on. Yeah, and obviously if you get stopped out break even, who cares? No one really cares. You don't really care, do you? No one really cares. So we're coming into this kind of area here. A little bit of an SFP, I think, of these lows. No, it wasn't it. Of this lowest one, it wasn't an SFP. So it's an equal low. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? You wouldn't, I mean, if the price goes up now, it'll be a squeeze. I don't think anyone is going to market buy this kind of drop. You wouldn't buy that because you want to go long. If you wanted to go long, you'd put limit orders. That's market selling, so you wouldn't market buy that. So if you suddenly, in this context, if you see the price go up, don't think it's market buying as in people opening new positions. It's probably just people taking profit. And maybe here you're not going to get much take profit because we haven't really moved much, and people might be expecting lower. Okay, so you have to bear that in mind. I think these green candles are take profit candles, and as long as the price can't get above those green candles, it just keeps on finding resistance on these green candles, then you'll know that these are just take profit candles and the price is actually still being sold into. Okay, so again, you wouldn't buy that. No one would buy that right here. Like literally no one would. So any buying that you see here is people taking profit, and as long as you keep on going lower highs, then we're good. And if not, then we're doing something else here. So actually probably then this is like a local pivot, and then you can end up just going up to fill some gap for the price to do something here. And that's usually what happens if it becomes bearish, but there's not enough market selling to push the price down in one go because we've come to liquidity. Yeah, then you'll get the price go up because then shorts will get squeezed, or they'll start closing their positions if they shorted long late, and then you'll end up getting something more of a bearish structure, because then it's effectively shorts taking profit and then shorts entering, and then shorts taking profit and shorts entering, shorts taking profit and shorts entering, and eventually the price just droops down and it drops, something like that. So you've got to be aware of these, the way the price moves and the way it forms. At the moment we're still making lower highs on these wicks, so at the moment it's still looking bearish on this kind of local price action. Yeah. See, there's quite a high volume red candle. It's not great to see that, and you can see, oh look, see what's going on. Oh, it's these green candles that are going to resist the price if it gets up there. This is just being front run a little bit, and it's the bottom of that wick, but really it's the green candles. Right. So going back to my Elliott wave, let's forget about that for now. What time is it? No, it's only just turned. Going back to my Anywave idea, and I'm honestly I'm not I'm not like bullish or bearish here. I'd like to go lower, but I'm happy. I'm just as happy for the price to hold here, but I'm not seeing it at the moment, and that's why I when you start seeing bullishness, that changes things. Okay, and what you would want in this context, what you would want is like you've had a really kind of bearish reaction from the lower high there. We're coming back into some liquidity, which is what's supporting the price, but this doesn't look good. For this to start looking good, you need to hold support here for a while, higher lows for the price to kind of do that. That would be an inverse head and shoulders, but it could happen. So we have to. That's why you have to just see what plays out. Yeah. I'm not seeing bullishness on the local time frame though. On the 1 minute time frame, I'm not seeing bullish price action. It's looking quite bearish. So it's just something to bear in mind. Yeah. And the reason why is because the price can only go up with market buying. And so shorts don't close and people aren't market buying. And guess what? You've got longs closing and you've got people shorting. And that's the balance. Look at that. It's like red, red, red. Into that, look, you see that volume, that high volume candle I said there? You see how it's kind of reacted from the price? Technically an SFP, a swing failure there. So technically a swing failure. But I don't like that that candle closed underneath it. Yeah, I don't like that. And maybe this is just a little bit of shorts taking profit until it exhausts. And then it just comes into these limit orders. And so the key kind of candle of interest here is just this first one, really. And if it can get past the first one, then you're forming something else. So you're not going down straight away. But if you just resist here and resist here and just resist here, then the price could go further down. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on it. All right. Going back to this time frame. I don't know. I mean, this is just it's just a random, it's a pot guess, right? It's just all speculation, really. I don't really know if this is going to work, but let's just assume it could. Pick a target. It'd have to be like that, huh? I think if we go down like that, then it's going to look really miserable. I think you're probably going lower. And validate the whole thing. I don't think we're going to get through this area in a straight line, to be honest with you. That doesn't really make any sense. So if we do continue like this, something like that, maybe. Or, see, I don't know, because I have to see how this, I want to see how this correction, like, is that it? Is that as high as we go? Is that it? Let's have a look at this now. Yeah, it's kind of still holding that candle. So that's where the price is being resisted right now. Just that little single 1 minute candle, the green candle. And what you've got here now with the price moving on 1 minute, you've just got people market buying and selling, and there's no liquidity. And so that's why it moves. It's why it creates these gaps. The really interesting area are the wicks, because that's where you can see limits. There's limit orders, which is why the price reacts the way it does. Naruti saying that coin looks wrecked. Wrecked. It's looking quite wrecked, huh? Well, I don't know. Look, this is the daily chart. I don't think it's wrecked. I do wonder if we take out these lows. I really do. I'm really thinking that it's possible. Just get rid of this shit. Neroti says 100% going down. I've got a really bad feeling that we're going down like that. It's going to look really bad. Stick to evenly. No, I do altcoins because that's where the money's to be made. You know, like let's just say, like I know what you're saying. Stick to ETH and BTC, whatever. But look, from the lows here, anywhere really, from this low range to this pivot, the price moved 59%. You can't get that kind of price action on ETH or BTC. It's just impossible. And so I think this is where this is the best. This is the game. This is the game to play. This is the game to play, and this is the game to master. And anyone who can play this game and master this game basically rule the world. You just have to become the master of one and not like a jack of all trades. I look at a lot of coins. This one, you can. It's not hard to scalp and make money on this token because it can move quite a lot, quite far, quite quickly. You know? So you can get quite nice moves like 4 or 5% in the space of 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Getting a 10% move in 10 minutes with normal price action, not like this isn't like a pump and dump price action. It's just normal price action. Yeah, like a minimal buy and the price will move like 5%. So there's a lot of potential here, in my opinion. Market makers. Yeah, but this one is more difficult because it's quite highly liquid. So on Solana, the liquidity pool is quite big. I think on derivatives it's possible to manipulate this, but bear in mind that's exactly what you want. You want a little bit of manipulation because it means the price moves. So the question is just catching it, being on the right side of the move. That's the question. That's the mastery. So you see here on this local price action, you're getting some higher lows. See that? So that's your first indication of this price wanting to go up. Yeah. But you haven't actually gone into that green candle yet. You see that? And so effectively what this is a bit of profit taking. Higher lows. That's usually how it happens. Profit taking, profit. The question though is there enough market buying to take us through this candle here? That's the question. Because it's going to require market buying to take the price through that candle. And if there's enough liquidity there to prevent the price going through, then the price will reject and it will continue going down. So we just it's nice to see what happens to the price. And keep an eye on it. You get some now. You're getting some shorts closing. I'm still in the short. I'm still in profit actually. I've actually set my short to break even. It's just above that candle. Yeah, so it's just a little kind of cheeky breakout. Who cares? It's easy to get into profit quickly on those kind of little shorts, and it's the right kind of area. But obviously, you set to break even because you know full well the price can do that. That's why. And it's the great thing about this token. There's something else. Oh, thanks, mate. Something you have to bear in mind about this token is when it starts trending, it's so easy. It's so nice to trade. So just looking at this this price action from this morning, first and foremost, the range is quite good. It's about 2.5% range. From top to bottom, it's about 1.5%. From bottom to top, you've got about 2.5% range. Yeah, 2%. And once you start forming some kind of trend, it's really nice. Yeah, you see how you've got a really nice trend lines forming. Every SFP was a take profit. You see the SFPs will all take profits. Take profit, they all take profit. So but effectively what was happening is you're getting higher lows, and with each higher high, people were taking their profit, waiting or shorting, whatever. So once you get this kind of price action, it's not bad. 2%, 2%. You can do it a few times. It's not for scalping. It's really good. And then also, the good thing about this token is when it pumps, it can also dump. And when it dumps, it can really dump. And that's how you can also make good gains if you can catch it. And so it's all about catching it at the right time, at the right place, at the right price, and having your correct invalidation. Let's have a look at the current price action now. So you see, so you've cleared the liquidity with these wicks, but you've actually closing into the candle. So we're stuck onto, we're kind of at the top of the candle now. Still resistance, and you've got this small candle there. And so that's all the price is trying to do. You're getting market buys. I don't think these market buys are like buy. I think it's just people closing their positions. Yeah. Just simply because I think it's highly unlikely that anyone would buy that willy-nilly. What they would do is they'd have a few limit orders. Once their limits, their averages in profit, they'll take their profit, and then the price comes back down again. That's usually what happens. But at the moment, you have to remember that there has to be enough market buying to clear through the limit liquidity. If you do have enough market buying, you clear through the liquidity, then actually this whole thing, I'm not saying it's a good place to buy, but it could form a bottom. Yeah, it could start forming a bottom, but it probably would require go down to pick up to test these. Then you have to start testing these candles on the underside. Yeah, so whatever happens here, and that's why I look at the 1 minute time frame, because it's fast moving, but it's basically the same on every time frame. Whatever happens here, however high you pump, you still whatever happens, you still need to come back down to these red candles here. Probably these ones here. Oh, I've been stopped out now. You see, you just have to have a really tight invalidation, and just in case. That was a squeeze. You see that? That was a squeeze. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bullish, but obviously it's just it came into liquidity and it reacted. You see, so you see this wick that I've got here. You see how you've got the wick now? I'll show you. So you've effectively come all the way down to here, and you've closed without. And so effectively, because you've market sold all the way down to here, and the wick only starts at the low of the candle here, the limit orders which prevented the price going down are underneath this white line. Okay, that's prevented the price coming down, and the market block gets quickly filled because it's a low liquid zone. This is where the liquidity is. It's in the wicks. And so that's why you get a reaction like that, because there's not enough market selling to push the price beyond that point. It gets brought back up. Yeah, but it's like pushing against like a mattress or something. Push it down, or it's a spring or something. You spring it down and it pushes back up. But it does tell you something. It tells you that on that candle, it's 50-minute candle, all the way down to the close, you see, it cleared all the limit orders. it cleared all the liquidity. That's what that means. Yeah. And it becomes very illiquid, and that's why the price moves down. But that's not bullish, because if you're clearing limit orders and the price is able to close down there after you've cleared all the limit orders, well, that's a problem, because when people start selling and there's no limit orders, guess what happens? The price goes down really fast. I got stopped out and it's still going down. So obviously my stop was wrong, but I put it at break even, because I don't trade. This isn't really how I like to take trades. I don't like to break out trade, even though it's perfectly viable. And so effectively, now the price is coming back down. You have to see if it can get past these wicks. If it can, it's just no liquidity, literally no liquidity. And obviously, as you make a lower low here, you'll get market sell, because you're in a low liquid environment. The environment of the liquidity is because there's no order blocks. There's nowhere for people to place orders on these candles, because you have to put them on the red candles. Yeah, so you see these green candles, there's no orders there, so it's probably low volume. And naturally here, in the context is here, if the bears manage to now take the price down and make a lower low, it means there's more market selling than the limit orders in this little price area, and that's bearish. And then you'll get market selling, and then it becomes really bearish. But at the moment, it's not. It's like, it's just, it looks bearish to me, but obviously that idea has been undone, and so now we're just trying to create some kind of structure here, and you might still be getting lower highs. It will just look slightly different. So let me have a look. Just yeah, it's looking pretty. That's quite good volume in that SFP though, but now what you want to see is a failure of continuation, and if you don't see that, then this price could drop. I think it's highly unlikely the price will continue dropping just yet, but we have had a clear rejection here, and so naturally what you want to see is you want to see this area be tested as support. And then for bullishness, it's not difficult actually. You just want to get back into this range, whatever. For bullishness, you just need the price to go back up, find support, and get back in the range. And effectively what you want in this context would be a V-shaped recovery. Basically in this context, it would be just to come back above that green candle and then come back somewhere here and hold as a support. It's not likely. It's not likely. It's like we got a little bit of profit taking here, and eventually once the steam runs out, you'll get short center, I think. Well, who knows? All right, so let me just. So on the higher time frame, I was looking at what else was I looking at? Actually, let me have a look. Oops. Yeah, it's a really bearish 3-day closer. Look at that candle. It's like a bearish engulfing candle, that red one. It's completely demolished that green candle and the previous one almost. It's really bearish. We've come back underneath the previous week high. Yeah. Giving back all the gains. I think I'll be very surprised if we don't go all the way down at the very least to here again. Be shocked. It would have to be some kind of crazy bullish of black swan, white swan, whatever, call it what you want. All right, yeah, so again, the reason why the price is moving so much is because of the liquidity. Liquidity is running out. Yeah, and that's what happens. So when you get these kind of bigger candles on the 1 minute time frame, it means it's very illiquid. And so someone's trying to fill a position and they can't, and so the price moves. So that's like only 46,000 Slerf, and in that candle the price has already moved 0.5%. So you can literally, with 50,000 Slerf, you can move the price of Slerf by 0.5% on Bybit. It doesn't mean it's going to move the market, but it will move the price, and that means that that price range, it's very illiquid. That's all it means. Yeah. So at certain areas of the market, you're going to get quite a lot of liquidity just because of historic price action and other things like order blocks and confluence of levels. And so therefore, yeah, you will buy and sell with 50,000 Slerf. You won't move it that much because it's very liquid. But in certain areas, it becomes very illiquid, and especially becomes illiquid when you clear up all of the limit orders. Yeah, so when you go down like this, you clear up the limit orders. The limit orders have been emptied. The order books have been emptied, and then so when the price is moving in this little range, it's kind of, you can see how it moves quite a lot. So it's quite deceptive. You think, oh my god, look, that looks really bullish, but not necessarily. Yeah, so then the indication is volume. Then you have to look at volume to see if that movement like this is quite good. This is quite good. You have quite a high, relatively high volume candle with a wick, swing failure of the lows. Yeah, so that's quite a good candle. But then you need follow through, and it looks like this follow through, but because of the illiquid nature of the of where the price is, it can be quite deceptive. That's the problem. And so it's hard to tell. So that's why SFPs are good, because at least you have an invalidation. And so here in this context, it's not a great SFP because it's only a 4-minute time frame SFP, but SFPs are good because it gives you an immediate invalidation, which is the current SFP low. And then if you see it with an increasing volume, it's not great volume here, to be honest with you, but I'll show you a bit earlier. Like that was a good SFP, but it was towards the end of the price action. In context though, look, you see this SFP, you've got a high volume candle. You see how the wick comes all the way down, but it closes basically back above this green candle, above that wick. So that's your swing failure. You have an invalidation. It's just this pivot that's been put in, and you see from wherever you could have entered that candle, and basically from wherever you entered anywhere here with a position, eventually the price ended up going up 2.5%, 1%, so you've got an easy entry with these swing failures. When you're going with the trend, it's really easy. And so in this context, the trend is up. So if you see a swing failure, then it's it can be good. Obviously not here, but here it was. This one was the best one. Basically here, but here the price, it went past the low, had another swing failure here, and then since then the price just streamed up. Just went up and up and up. And so in this context, you could have had 2 swing failures and failed one of them and succeeded in the other, potentially. And the price goes up quite a lot on Slerf. That was like 4.5%. It's pretty liquid right now in this. It's quite hard to see. I think we're forming some kind of structure here, and the question is, do you start making lower highs? So you have to see if that idea continues, and you have to look at it in context with these highs now. So if you start seeing lower highs, yeah, then you still get the kind of vibe that it's actually still quite bearish. Yeah, so just bear that in mind. It's just good to see in live price action that you're still bearish. And you get it's quite deceitful, no, it's quite deceiving, because you see these bullish green candles and you think bullish, but the reason why is it's because this whole area has become extremely illiquid. This price movement has cleared the liquidity, and so now when people are buying and selling, the price moves much more than it should, because there's no limit orders, there's no volume, and so it's very deceptive. You know, you're looking at this, you're thinking, oh my god, green candles, bullish, 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 buy, 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 there's lots of buying, look at the volume. Okay, but actually it's just telling you that it's really illiquid. And then you see this ginormous red candle with increasing volume. That is bearish. Like, what, you know, you could short that candle, but obviously your invalidation will be the top of the candle. So it's a tricky one. Would you just short the bottom of a red candle? I got stopped out. My position was much higher. I got stopped out. I shouldn't have set to break even, but I'm not going to. Maybe I should jump back. I don't like to jump back into trades. I like planned trades. I'm not fond of this kind of trading, but it can be quite profitable if the trend continues. This is actually still a good place for the price to go down, to be honest with you. If I don't know how far the price is going to go up now, but these green candles are the resistance. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Ignore all the previous green candles now. Your current green candles are these two closest ones. Yeah, you see that? So already we've had a little bit of a rejection here already. Just here, just on that top of that green candle, it's gone up a bit and rejected a little bit. Now you still need market selling to go down. That's the thing. The question is, was that a long closing or a short opening? It's looking really bearish. Bit of volume coming in. There's no limit orders, you see. There's literally no limit orders because you're not getting reaction, you're not getting wicks, so the price is just slipping down. So it's quite good when that happens, because the price can actually move quite far when it becomes illiquid. And if you focus on the movement of the price, the trend, then the price can actually potentially could drop quite a lot. I actually did enter another short. Yeah, I don't like to do it, but at least I have an invalidation. It's just this neckline. It's a really tight invalidation. So, and let's see what happens. Who knows? Hasn't taken out that low. The question is, I think it's possible if we take out the low, then we'll get a dump. Let's see. That was actually someone longing. That was actually someone longing. So the challenge here is this green candle now. It doesn't really matter because you are still making higher lower highs. But the question is it ready to go now? It might not be ready, because you could just be you could just be doing this. So that could throw people off. And so that's why, just by looking at the first candle, if it's going to start going up, it has to get past that. And if it's going to continue going down, it probably won't get past that green candle. Yeah, so that's the first kind of your first sign as to whether it's ready to go down or if it's not. Because it depends now, because that's where people would put their limit orders, on those green candles. And in the context of this big red candle that's come down with increasing volume, the cutoff point is that neckline, is that the body, the top of that green. So if you suddenly, in this context, if the price suddenly starts to go up and go like that, you don't want to, if you're shorting, you don't want to see that. Yeah, then you'll probably get some people who are late shorts close, and the price will just come right back up. And it'll come back up fast because, again, it's illiquid. Okay, so as long as the price is down here, it's perfect. But then you got to be careful, because the minute it comes back up, this whole area is illiquid, and then the price can come up really fast. It can, and that's good. That's the great thing about Slerf. From here to here, it's like 1%, and that can happen just like that. Let's have a look at the averages here. Yeah. I wish I wasn't stopped out now. Yeah, it's looking miserable, huh? You take out these lows, we're going down. It's looking really, really bearish. Is that it? No, not enough. You see the increase in volume? Not enough volume to take it down. Let's see if there's another push. Oh, we didn't make a new low. We still held the low. You see, and that's illiquid. That's the illiquidity. See, low volume and the price comes up. So there's obviously more limit buys and sells, and that can throw people off. But you can't tell if that's bullish or not, because it still hasn't come past our green candle where the limit orders are. If you can't get past the limit orders, then it's not bullish. It has to get past the limit orders. Yeah. So when you see the price move up, you feel bullish, but it's not bullish because there's no volume, there's no limit orders. It takes a small amount of volume to push the price quite significant distances. When you come to orders, to previous candles, then you're coming into limit orders. Obviously the least amount on 1 minute time frame, but if someone is like looking at the chart and they're feeling bearish and they want to place orders, where do you place it? On that green candle. Yeah. Or at the top now, see you're starting to get a pattern form now. You're getting lower wicks, lower highs. Yeah. If that continues, then actually the limit orders are dropping. So rather than being on that that green candle, the limit orders start to be placed halfway in the wicks, and that's why the price can't get past those wicks, because there's so much limit orders in the wicks, the price just can't get past. There's not enough market buying to get past the limit orders. This is it. If we get more volume, we need more volume. If we don't, then it's just another swing failure, and it's looking like it's another swing failure. So it's obviously not enough sell liquidity to push the price down. That's the problem here. There's not enough sellers. I'm gonna close my short because I don't like swing failures. But we're making lower highs. Don't like it. I don't like shorting the lows, hoping for a breakout, but I can tell you it's still looking bearish until it takes out those highs. The problem here is the volume, because you had quite a large volume and you see there wasn't enough volume to push it down. Yeah, it's not great. There's not enough volume to push it down. No, I can't see it right now. It might have to come back up. And so why is the price coming up? That's now shorts closing. Yeah, so that's not bullish, but that's why you're getting the price go up. And if there's enough volume to go past that green candle, then it means there's not enough downward pressure, market pressure to go down. I think it's when you see these high volume candles with SFPs, then the price can reverse. So you have to be aware of them. You see that? It's still looking bearish, to be honest with you. And you have to be aware that the buy up is largely just take profit. It's not people longing. You might get people long, but and why? Because look, no one's going to long that. Literally, no one is going to buy into that price action, especially since we're coming into this expansion candle, and we're coming and making new lows. Now it's hard to push the price down if there's not enough market selling to push it past the limit orders, but if there is, then it just drops because you go back into a low liquidity environment, which is where the price moved the fastest. Yeah, basically right now it's all down to this whale to see if this whale has enough firepower to hold the price up. I don't think so, because if they did, it wouldn't have come underneath this neckline here for the second time. And then the question here is, if the shorts hold or if they take profit, is there a squeeze? How far it goes? Or are shorts looking, are people bearish looking at this and going, this is, I want to sell? And naturally, you want to sell with limit orders in a situation like this, because you want to enter, but you're looking at the price, you feel like it's going to go down, you're not sure, so you don't want to just market sell. So naturally what people will do is they'll have limit orders or those green candles. So we had one reaction there. Wasn't a great bearish reaction, to be honest with you. There wasn't much volume on that candle either. So the buy volume is very low. So if the buy volume actually does manage to get past that area where it should hold, if it's going to trend down, if it doesn't, then actually you could be forming a pivot here and the price could go up. But it won't necessarily be strong. It could just, see, right now we're getting a little bit of resistance from that area again. So it's still not ready. Now the volume's coming in. It's still not able to go past that area because there's too many limit orders there. So it's just holding the price. All right, I think I've had enough of Slerf. Right now I'm thinking to myself, what should I do next? Someone had some questions, something. Let me go back through the comments. Yeah, exactly. Increasing volume, hourly chart, price dropping. Oof. I don't think this is the end. I don't think this is the end. I think this is looking really bearish. But let's see. Still struggling. You see, and that's quite interesting because the price has managed to get up to the top of that green candle. It's cleared the liquidity right up to the top of that green body, but it hasn't managed to get above it. And now you formed a red candle. So now this next green candle, if you're going to place limit orders now, where would you place them? You might put it at the top of that green candle, that first green candle. That's the natural place. That's how you know. If you see the price still moving up, then actually there's not much liquidity, sell liquidity here, and there's not many sell orders. It was just all market people, market. But if you have follow through, you'll see limit orders being placed too, because it's cheaper to place limit orders. So if you've got big orders, they obviously want to fill with their limit orders. I'm getting a little bit of resistance here, huh? Still. It is looking like a potential pivot, though, you know, the way it's formed. These can be quite deceptive, because it wouldn't be hard to market sell. I don't think there's much liquidity here. And I think a lot of the buying is actual take profits. I don't think it's actually people market buying. You've got a lot of people taking profit, maybe scaling out a little bit, because they see that swing failure. But actually it's not strong. It's not that strong. And you might form some structure here first, range a little bit, and before it decides what it wants to do. In my mind, swing failures are bullish, but we've just kind of made a lower low on the 5-minute time frame too. So this is really starting to look quite bearish because the market structure has changed. You went from a lower low to a higher high to a lower low to a lower high, and that's your change. Yeah, isn't it? High high, low low, low high, low low. So we've just changed, and on the 5-minute time frame. And obviously to change, the first thing the bet bulls need to do here would be to take out that high for a higher high, higher low, higher high. Obviously if the price did come back up there, you could just get a lower high there for a lower low. That could happen too. So you have to be aware of that. But at the moment we're in 5-minute market structure, bearish market structure change. We're underneath this kind of area that I have in my mind, this kind of white line, this one. And if this just holds here, it's going to look really bearish. It'll probably just drop again and try and fill these gaps. That's probably what will happen. If that happens, then the momentum is just off the charts bearish, isn't it? Because that's how you get really bearish momentum, where you go up really high and then it just fucking drops. So let me have a look. Yeah, I mean, all the Bollinger Bands, like, that's the one, isn't it? Look at the 2 hour, look at that 2 hour candle, that Bollinger, the midpoint of the Bollinger Band. You see that? It's a really ugly reversal pattern there forming. Let's have a look at the 4 hour. Again, with the 4 hour look, it got front run on the 20. This is the change actually. So if you're interested on the higher time frame, this is actually the change. Potentially, yeah, look, that was the confirmation of change, and we just come up to test the neckline again. On the higher time frame, I am actually looking at this is a medium time frame, head and shoulders pattern, break the neckline, some kind of neckline. This is the test, this is the back test. Okay, you put in a lower low here. If the price goes down and puts a lower low here, we're going down. Literally, that's what will happen. Okay, so that's why it's quite bearish right now, isn't it? It's pretty bearish. And also something good to look at on these lower time frames is just to make sure that your moving averages are trending, and if you start seeing them go flat, then you can also think about taking profit or waiting for that. But yeah, look, it's pretty miserable. I don't think anyone's buying. That's what's happening right now. No one's buying. You can kind of tell. And what I try to do, like, this is the kind of the day still. Look at the day candle. We went all the way up to the neckline, tested it. Now we're trading back down underneath the daily 20 midpoint, the midpoint of the Bollinger Band, the 20 average. If this day continues red, it's going to look extremely bearish. You know, you end up with a really strong red candle down. It's look, just made another low there. See that? So that's, even though that's quite deceptive, this kind of pattern that's formed, it looks bullish, but it's not, because exactly, didn't I? Look, I told you, this green candle, see that green candle? See, couldn't get above it. Couldn't get above that green candle. That green candle was just holding the price because that's where the limit orders are. And these green candles were not market buying because people are market buying. It was just shorts closing. And so that's quite weak price action because there's not much volume. and it's just getting stuck into the limit orders, and then people are seeing the price action and then they're starting to short as well. So you've obviously got people shorting this price action here. So all right, so that wasn't bad. I mean, anyone could have entered the short with me and they'd be up 1%. Now I think potentially we could go lower. So again, I'll just set it to break even. And just it hasn't moved enough for me to take profit when I know that potentially it could just keep on going down. So I'll do the same thing. I'll say I probably should have had a better position, but who cares? I'll set it to break even, see what happens. Because there's a little bit of a gap here, and I wouldn't mind if that gap got filled. So yeah, now this is looking really, really bearish. Yeah, and while people will look at this and think to themselves, oh look, isn't this an inverse head and shoulders pattern? Actually, no, it's not. It's very deceptive, but it's not. We've just come too far down on the right shoulder and we're now into this gap and it's increasing volume. It's just, I really think we'll probably at the very least come and attack these lows. If there's not enough liquidity here, like buy liquidity, and that basically means people putting limit orders, then guess what's going to happen? The price is just going to keep on going down, right? So, all right, that was quite fun. Just looking at the 1 minute time frame, we were able to possibly enter some shorts here. And if you haven't, that's fine. You could probably still short, but in the context of, I think when the price starts trending, have a look at the Bollinger Bands, and you know the midpoint of these different time frames. They do offer resistance. If you start getting a trending price, like it's starting to trend now, isn't it? The best place is going to be the midpoint, and obviously the higher the time frame, the better. You can see now we've just lost the 1 hour 50 Bollinger Band. And so naturally, I'm thinking to myself, if this trend continues, then this is going to get really ugly. Yeah. So if it continues, it's not a bad place to start looking for short entries on pullbacks. And obviously, just be aware. I don't think there's going to be crazy amounts of liquidity here. Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to place limit orders looking at this price action here. I think that's unlikely. So I'd like to see how far we get without finding support. And if you end up with red candles without big wicks, then it means there's literally no limit orders and the price will just probably fall through this area, making you low, and then we're going down, basically. Basically, that's what will happen. If we're making you low, we're going down. So this is really, really bearish now. It's become really bearish. I don't know if anyone's here with me. I hope there are, because I can't tell. But yeah, obviously the best short was the SFP off the top, but it doesn't matter really. If you catch the right direction, who cares? Yeah, who cares? Who cares where you short? It's about having an invalidation, taking profit, making sure you don't lose on your trades. But really, half the battle is finding the direction of the price. That's half the battle. All right, guys. I don't know if anyone's watching, but I think that was quite a good stream. I've talked about the tokens that I wanted. Let me just go through this chat once more, because I must have missed some. I haven't really been paying attention. J Foray. This ranging for a long time after we having. I'm not quite sure about that question. Gary, let me check my NFT, Gary. Oh, I haven't got it. I don't think I have it. How would I know? I don't have an NFT. So I don't know. I don't know how it works. I've probably been scammed. don't know. They're not great with communication, are these? Let me see what they say. But wait, I don't have an NFT. Where do I get it? Oh, maybe I have to log on to their website. Let's go to Slerf. How do I get my NFT? Don't know. Can someone help me? I don't understand. It's so hard to know what they're doing. Bro, how do I get my NFTs? Let's see what he says.
Two, so you need 3 of them.
I always get 2.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I got 145 now for this one.
Nice. Let's go. That means we got room to go.
If the collection offer says it's on the entire collection, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yo, we get 50% more diamonds with our collection as well. That's crazy.
I just pinned it to the top. Everybody should be rating the shit out of everything. We need at least like 100 retweets on and likes on all these and comments. Like everybody raid.
Hey mate, I'm a bit lost. How do I get this NFT? Can someone help me?
What's up, Amir?
Amir, yeah.
Magic Eden's gonna retweet us. Actually, I'm in a group chat with Magic Eden. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I'm trying to message Charfu right now.
Sorry. So it's like so that's kind of like a floor price, or what does that mean?
It's just a collection offer. If you go to Magic Eden to the thing and then go to collection offers, you can see all of them. There's like 30 or 40 of them. Between 20 and then all the way down to like 3.
I see.
But like,
Thank you, sir.
17 has the most volume. Oh, no.
Magic
4 has the
Eden?
most volume, then 9, then 17.
Huh? Literally have no idea. No, I mean,
17 is crazy. 3 offers at 17. I don't really understand it. So, bro, it's to buy the entire collection?
No, generally, like they will try to throw these bids so that after it's unfrozen, people can sell into them, and they're anticipating probably higher returns than the price that they've set. So generally, when you see collection offers like this in past like collections, it gives you an idea more or less of what the floor price could potentially be.
Wow.
what's
Very nice, very dope. Meme Shan is currently speaking at Bitcoin Shark Tank before. That's hilarious. Yo, Amir, what's good, brother? Good to see you.
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I was just live streaming actually. I'm so confused. When you do a pre-sale, wait, is it meant to come to your wallet? Am I meant to do something?
When you do the pre-sale, your NFT will airdrop to your wallet after the public mint.
Oh, okay. When is the public mint? That's the next question.
3 p.m. to 6 p.m. UTC.
All right.
That's in 50 hours, is it? 50 minutes, right?
That's in 49 minutes.
49 minutes for public.
All right, amazing. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Appreciate it. Love you guys.
Love you too.
All right, so we just discovered that the
Oh, look,
NFTs.
this energy is applied.
the NFTs are. How do I mute this? I don't know how to mute my phone.
Don't. Not financial advice, but you don't want to be stuck with fucking 1 or 2 when you have the funds.
Yo, what up?
All right.
I'm wondering. I'm trying to.
Well, anyway, so basically, there's a public launch of the NFTs, and that's going to happen in 40 minutes, and it should just drop into your wallet.
There's a just fucking silver notes. Nobody heard that. Nobody was paying attention to everything. I'm not, no, for sure not.
So we're having a sell the news event, aren't we? All right, guys. I think that short was good, wasn't it? So anyway, that was pretty easy. Just to go back to what I was saying, you see that candle? That was it. That was your candle. This one here. That was the second move down. I actually got in earlier. I just put my stop at break even. I shouldn't have actually, because I should have put it at. The problem is that when it comes above this candle, I don't take the risk. I'd rather be stopped out and then re-enter. But you see the second time, you see how it couldn't get above it, and you start seeing lower highs. See that? Lower highs, and psh, it starts going down. And so obviously this is what I look at all the time. The way candles form. I hope that helps. Anyway, it probably doesn't. All right, have a good day. See it.